Start her up.
Now I get to actually test my internet properly.
Yeah. Okay. So I've just kind of dipped my toe and started this process here. As you can see, we've got some things. But I didn't do any active research or anything like that. So the only researches that triggered were the ones that were based on how many things I crafted. So I crafted some iron, I crafted some copper, and that unlocked 2 things. So, all right. So anybody who's watching the VOD, anybody like, get the spiel out of the way. What we're trying to do is progress as fast as possible, using the same basic mod set that I use to get crazy levels of science per minute. So I was able to hit roughly 260 million science per minute with just a private game that I was playing with the same set of mods and configs. The configs have been slightly adjusted to allow for a lot faster progression, namely the research for productivity. So if you look at the research for automation science pack productivity, right, this is because I removed the change or the balance that I put on these. We're going to be able to research science pack productivity really, really, really early, much earlier than I did in my game. Because in the default settings of the mod that does this productivity research for everyone with the FG, because it's a custom version of it that I put out. What I do with the science packs specifically is I make them take all of the science packs, regardless of what tier the science pack is. If it has the word science in it, I make that productivity recipe require all of the science packs. So that's like the only difference between the 2 games, is this one is going to allow for crazy levels of productivity when it comes to the science packs. So anyway, so yeah, we are going to need a constantly growing amount of material processing because we're going to ramp things up pretty fast. But so iron, copper, eventually steel, all the things, just kind of rapidly increasing. As you can see down to the south, I've already started laying out the bus, or what will come from. Goddamn cat. Times to get into my lap. I've been sitting here for 20 minutes and she picks this moment to jump in my lap.
Because of course.
So yeah, this, I know for a fact, like when we get to like stacking and stuff, with the mod set that I have, we're gonna be able to get to pretty crazy lengths. I don't know how many streams it's gonna take to get actually to the high level science per minute, because that took a lot of like tweaking and like waiting for the cracks to form and for things to like be obvious, like okay, I gotta fix this, or I gotta fix this, and especially with Gleba science and the shenanigans behind that. But I did add, there is one more mod that I added here to try to protect a little bit more performance of the server, and that is a mod that basically just disables Gleba science spoiling. What was that? Loose. God damn it. So Gleba spoiling in general is still on, but just the science doesn't spoil, and that's going to save us a lot of potential update tick rate, because I don't need the freezers. I don't need the freezers to store the science, which is the main reason I use those freezers. The fridge mod, I still have that in here because it's useful for storing, other things like the bioflux, stuff like that. That's still very, very useful for that. But the freezer, this big freezer thing down here, was very, very hungry in terms of server ticks. So, and that's all I used for that was the science. So we don't need any of that now, which will be nice. So yeah, a lot of my various mods. I wish you could build like mod packs with the mods hub for Factorio. Like you can't build mod packs for that for anything. I don't know why they wouldn't have added that feature yet. I need to get a power setup going, so we're gonna do. We're gonna start with 10 boilers.
I already got some of it started building.
Where do you want the smelting stacks?
Smelting stacks will be over. Yeah, the initial iron and copper is just a tiny thing. As you can see, off on to the west side, there's another iron blob. But everything, like I would imagine, the stacks are going to go north. Jesus, east-west. I can't even get that cardinal direction right. East-west will be the lines, and then just stack them to the north.
On the west side of the coal here?
That is up to you, depending on if there's enough room between the iron and the copper that's up to the northeast. So, if there's enough room in between these two for smelting stacks, then great. But if we go pretty crazy with smelting stacks, so
yeah.
Got a chest of goodies right here for you, Boogie.
Ooh, like goodies. Ooh, nice. Okay, excellent. So I'll come down over here by the coal. The charcoal mod, my charcoal mod is also in the pack, so we'll be able to use all the wood. So wood will not be wasted. We can make it into charcoal. Okay, let's put this and these. I've got 15, 5, 10, 15.
I have this way too close.
Okay.
Think another. Yeah. Think that's far enough away, Renegade?
Yeah, it should be good.
Paste. 48, right? Smelters for yellow tier.
I think so. That sounds right. let's get a couple lambs.
Nope, someone's at the door. Be right back.
He acts like there's not 4 other people in his house that could answer the door. Hell, even his cats could answer the door. He's the one playing the game, and he's like, "Oh, I gotta go answer the door." You don't have 2 kids running around the house, like, that's funny. Okay, we have a couple lambs. Get a box.
I queued up some science packs as well.
And let's grab a couple. Wow. See how good the math is in this game. Wow.
What were you checking?
Oh, the floating point math.
Ah,
I had two labs, and that research cost exactly 2 science. So I was checking to see the instant that that research finished, the lab should have gotten a new thing, and sure enough, they did. So
nice.
okay, so we need some automation. We'll get into the productivity stuff. The productivity research. The crafting, it doesn't apply to pocket crafting. Not that from what I've seen. So it really doesn't. until we get like automation and actual like gears and stuff actually crafted in a thing, it's not going to do us any good to do productivity research. I mean, I did the red science just to kick that off, but yeah, this is not applying when you're pocket crafting. So we really need automation because I have a crap ton of iron plate on me that I want to turn into gears. Speaking of which. Okay, let's put this down here.
There, I'm back.
We back.
Lord Almighty. Really? I'm out of all the things all of a sudden. Okay, automation is done. Let's grab some assembly machines. Start making gears. So with gears coming, what I want to do this is what I mean about rapid progress is when I kind of unlocked the ability to do the productivity, it kind of breaks the balance of the mod. So I actually want to wait until these are done to do this research or to do this craft. Let's grab some inserters.
I have a quick setup over here. I was making inserters.
Inserters? Okay. I'm going to do a setup for gears. Just soul gears. Got a message in chat from a while ago.
Simon. Just started this game 2 weeks ago. Wow. I've got 3,000 hours in this game.
I'll be quiet.
Yeah, my guess would be Renegade's number jumped ahead of both of us.
Well, to be fair, I think a lot of those are AFK hours. So.
Fair.
It'd be more server hours than AFK hours.
And of course, I've got a fucking garbage truck beeping in the back. God damn. I go all week, and it's crickets. There's no problems. There's no sounds. It's crazy. And then I stream, and it's like all of the noises. Just all the noises.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be a dog barking all day.
Oh man, don't even float that into the universe. Like, Okay, we're starting to snowball here. So yeah, pollution is disabled. Biter expansion is just anything that like requires like tick rate going on behind the scenes. I tend to disable for these kinds of runs because it's just more stuff the server is doing. And to be fair, like you get to a point where the biters, you can take them out on a pretty big scale and not worry about it. So.
It'd be nice to have a hybrid system where, you know, they're a challenge early on and then they just vanish.
Okay, that's going to be... No. Damn it. Wrong.
Is that just for iron over there, Oz?
I was thinking of having the third one here be for copper. Ready to start linking them in?
I was thinking we were gonna just tap into that big iron patch down there on the ones on your side and on the west side, and hit the copper patch on the east side. Put a stack
Yeah.
over here for the copper.
You are quiet today. Any specific reason, or are we just all focusing?
I think we're all focused on what we're doing.
Lame.
I'm trying to help, get all of the things and stuff up and running.
Yeah.
Let's dial this back a little ways. This can go there.
That the oh, that's coal mine. Okay. So you think we should run the iron from way over here? Rather than depleting the patch we've got.
We want to
there?
deplete what we have here so we can free up all this area.
Yeah.
So it's going to be messy while you filter out everything out, but I think
Right.
I don't want to leave this patch sitting here.
Oh, we've got an auto miner set up. Nice.
We have a way of getting rid of the wood.
Probably better do the filtering way out here. Don't know if you plan to merge the coal on here, but I've got a trap for it just in case.
I can. At least
Up
this
to you.
top row right here, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, we can get rid of the fucking burner drills. We don't need these on here. We'll get the recycler going on that.
Nice to have a recycler. It's weird how there's just a couple of machines that aren't used in any recursive pattern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The overwhelming copper one we want to turn off. We want to try to mitigate. We're going to need so much more iron than copper that having all of these miners that are just copper probably are not a good thing. Probably not ideal.
Yeah, that's probably a good point.
Just spamming them like this is... We're filtering, but yeah, that copper is going to back up because we're not going to be using much of any copper at all. Okay. Not that we need it, but...
Nice, this first line misses the stone completely. That was strange. I was 2 belts short rather than being just 1. So does that mean the curse was broken or just double cursed?
What am I out of?
I put the smelting stack in the game blueprints.
Sweet. Now, we're getting pretty well established here. What are we doing on science pack? Ooh, we're actually a little low. Should get this up and running again. Just for a bit. To get that lovely bonus. Wish I should at least get to 50%. Let's move this out there.
Forget, do these first tiers of smelters get the productivity bonus?
Everything does,
Okay.
except pocket craft.
Yeah.
It's a productivity on the recipe itself.
Yeah. I was thinking we found one weird outlier, but it's been so long. This one little tree stump in there.
All right, so now we've got to.
I'm mocking up the steel and brick smelting stacks. Just so nobody does double work on that.
Now. Okay. Now I can cue that.
All right, this needs power poles still, but we'll want to wait for the steel ones.
Alright, I don't like this at all.
Well, since we got belts automated up there,
that
I can
was
take
fast.
this now.
Oh yeah, this is a fast research. This is a 5-second cycle research. This is super fast.
Oh boy. Yeah, some of the early ones.
I was like, how did we burn through that many science packs so fast? And I was like, oh yeah, this research is, for some reason, one of the few that's like extremely fast.
I don't know what's wrong with me. I feel like I could take another nap for probably 12 hours. I'm wondering if I've got some kind of illness or something. I swear, I've probably slept over 24 hours in the past 2 days.
Maybe your dad brought something back from Florida that he doesn't know he brought back.
Wasn't Florida, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Copper, second iron, copper, steel. The second iron don't bother with right now. The copper one is the more important. As far as resources go. Because I want to get some gubbins loaded up here. We need power down here. Preferably like somewhere along that. So this is going to be copper. I'm out of belt already. I came down here with like 300 belt.
Oh, jeez.
Oh man. Okay. That's why I have this little thing set up here. There's a couple thousand.
There we go.
Yeah, when you're crafting like undergrounds and stuff, the belt goes fast. Really
definitely.
fast.
Built a reverse factory to get rid of the burner drills.
Okay.
Got a question in chat.
Hyper production. Well, longtime viewers of my channel will know that Uber production is usually my kind of go-to kind of fun sort of series. I've done Uber productions for most of the games that I play. Even like Transport Fever and all these like other games. Like Uber production is take production of a game and just scale it up. This goes even beyond that. I showed my personal world that I did this mod pack that I've got right now, right? The mods that we have, the set of mods and the settings that we have right now kind of cater to a crazy scaling of production. Beyond that which, normal rational people would ever play. And I showed a little bit way back in December of a private version of this, just a single player version that I hit 270 million science per minute. Right? 270, let me say that again. 270 million science per minute. So that's where the hyper production comes from. It's like the Uber production version of this was like 1 to 2 million science per minute. This will be able to the set of mods and stuff that I have on here will be able to hit 270 plus million science per minute. Hence the little moniker on the thumbnail. But yeah, this is trying to do like you wouldn't be able to hit those numbers, not even remote, not even close with a vanilla game. It's not possible to build a base big enough, right, to hit 270 million science per minute without needing a supercomputer. There's no way you can do it. You need way too much infrastructure and way too many labs. And so the way that I compress that is using quality. The quality system has really allowed for the scaling of productivity, because without quality, right, like you're not going to be able to get the numbers that you need. And then I have a bunch of mods on top of that work on making it even better. One of them is a fluid box mod for the crafters, all the different crafters, chemical plants, all that, to increase the size of the fluid, like the internal tank of the crafter, to be able to allow for faster crafts, because that was the bottleneck I was hitting, and the fluid must flow mod doesn't fix that. Period. The fluid must flow mod doesn't address it at all. It doesn't address it at all. You're not going to get more production using that mod if fluid is your bottleneck, which it is on Fulgora. Fulgora is an incredibly fluid bottlenecked system, and you're without the fluid box mod, which is a really obscure mod because normally people just overlook it, because the description, right, if you look at it in the mod hub, the description of the mod is in like Chinese, right? It's like, what is it called? We go settings, mod settings. I can't remember if it had. There it is. Fluid box speed multiplier, right? Fluid box speed multiplier. This is the mod that unlocks crazy levels of production with fluids. So if that's your bottleneck, that mod is the godsend of all mods. You set your multiplier, which I set to 30 for this world. So what it does is it just increases the size of that fluid box, which allows more fluid per tick to be delivered to the machine, which is what you need in order to unlock faster stuff and things. So it's enable assembling machine fluid box, of course, furnace, pump and valve, everything else like boiler. You don't need high levels in boilers and generators. They're usually not high enough throughput, but you can always tick those if you want. Fusion, you definitely don't need it. Mining drills are not. Usually, you don't need it either. Usually, you're not mining stuff at 20,000 a second, right? So you just don't need it. So like everything else, really, you don't need it. Especially like thrusters and stuff, you don't need it. But yeah, the assembly machine and crafters, you definitely do, and it's so good. And then I've got a few of my own spicy mods in here that I've customized. Right, any one of these FGs, infinite bell stacking FG, I've customized. Yeah, a lot of these things are
comments in chat, like follow-ups. I got an AFK a while here.
You have to research into bigger internal storage. No, that mod alone, because it's a prototype based mod. It has to be run when the game loads. There's no way to alter a prototype while the game is running, right? Through research or something. I've looked into that immensely, and there's no way to do it. The game really does not allow for it. All right, we need to figure out what we want to do about how do we want to do research. We need to clear some land here, rocks and things and stuff. Like instead of standing around, this is trying to be a speed run, just standing around doing nothing. You have to research your way up to it. A lot of the mods, I wouldn't call them making the game easier. A lot of those mods, if we look again, it's like loaders. I just prefer using loaders. So AAI loaders, I just like loaders. They're cool. And they do help. And I have my advanced belts mod. This is a mod by I basically updated this mod for Space Age, and rebalanced it, added a bunch of options, all these options, and so I overhauled this mod quite a bit. And included into this mod, I believe it's this mod, I have code that automatically adds stacking capability to a bunch of different loader mods, including AI loaders. So loaders automatically output stacks. You don't have to have yet another mod to do that, which there are out there, other mods to do that. So my advanced belts mod does that inherently. Better recycling, again, yeah, this does make things easier because it allows you to up the holmium ore amount, which this is a Fulgura thing, so this is rebalanced around giving some more holmium than normal, which you absolutely need to do if you want an Uber production, because normally it's like a 1%. It's like a 1% return, and it's horribly bad. Better space platform is just, it's nice. It allows you to make more, and it's my nuclear bots. This is my go-to. I don't think I've ever played a game without these since I made them like 8 years ago.
I have it.
Cold chain logistics. This is a refrigerator mod. This helps for Gleba, and that's only for Gleba. So if you don't like stuff spoiling super fast on you, this is the mod. Configurable beacons. Again, this is a lot of these are, yes, they make things easier, but they're also more efficient in terms of you don't need as many beacons to get the same effect if you have a mod that affects the beacons, and you can put one beacon down and it, you don't need 50 beacons. Therefore, the game does not have to process that much more, right? The whole point of a lot of these mods is to reduce dramatically the amount of stuff the server has to calculate and do per tick in order to get those levels of production. Right? So the fluid box, what's nice about that is you need fewer crafters to do the same job, because a super high quality chemical plant with this mod, the fluid box, you don't need 20 chemical plants, right, to do the same job as you could with 2. Right? Because the fluid box allows you to actually extract the performance out of those 2 that you would normally need 20 because of the limitations on the fluid. The faster rocket silo animation, I love this because you're not sitting around waiting for the rocket silos to launch. When you in the super late game, when you're up and running, I'm launching every time a ship goes to a planet to grab the science, it's launching 600,000 science per trip, right? So the ship arrives at the planet, and 600,000 science, or 600,000 has to get launched 100 at a time, or 100 rockets at a time, right? So it takes 6 launches to do that. Well, if I was sitting around waiting for the silo animations to run, it would take 8 times longer to do the same job, because the speed scale I set as 8. So the animation that cycles is 8 times faster. So it allows you to launch much faster. And again, that's just personal preference. Infinite belt stacking allows protecting performance. It allows you to ramp up belt stacking to whatever you want. And I usually get it up to 20. So I research like 19 levels, or I get it up to 20 per stack. And that way a single belt, right, is 20 times more effective. And again, you don't need as many belts to run the material with that stacking mod. So again, it's performance of the server. A single belt is able to move. At a 20 stack, each belt would be 8 stacks of that. So that would be 160. That's 160 items per belt. With the max tier of belt, you're moving 150 items per second, or per minute. I think it's per minute. Where advanced belts, 150, yeah. I think it's 150 per second. I'm pretty sure. But it's trying to eliminate a bottleneck of the server. When you have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of belt all being simulated in the game, that drains your ticks per second, right? Your updates per second. So it's just an effort to eliminate that. Promethean processing, again, this is another add-on mod or another customized mod that I made that allows you to get more science packs per Promethean asteroid than you normally would. And a lot of these soil anywhere is also really nice. Stackable asteroids, again, quality of life for performance. Stone from oxide is something I do for space. Tiered roboports, again, I think this is another customized mod. This is essentially Mark II and III roboports for bigger areas, because my nuclear bots, they don't need to recharge, so I can cover a huge area with roboport and not worry about it. And then UPS friendly asteroids just try to protect a little bit of performance for the asteroids. So yeah, a lot of these mods are quality of life. Some of them are for strictly server performance, stuff like that. Wow, copper just vanished. So how do we want to do this? Normally I do, when I do the bus, I do science on one side and then normal crafting stuff on the other. That's usually what I do. So what we want here is likely, what do we want? Science going down or science going up? And then factory
up there already. Might as well do it. Have them come down.
Okay. It's just we have to stretch. We have to stretch the resources so far down. It's fine. It's fine. Let's get some more things and stuff. Now we want, so reds, we want to give ourselves a lot of room for these setups, because they are going to balloon in size by quite a bit. One, two, three. We're not going to need that many. And we want these to be here. Okay. Oh, let's see. How do we want to do this? I know there's a pattern to this. Let's see if I can remember it. Let's kind of copy the one that Ross uses for his. So we have these are going to be gears. Right. So let's do gears. 'Cause that's just iron. That's easy. Again, you want to give yourself ample space. Like, I always make these setups just way, way too compact.
All right, I'm back. Brought up Dyson Sphere program. I can't remember. Does anybody remember what my setup had? No, I had a pretty crazy setup, but I can't remember how much it was.
You weren't doing 280 million. I know that much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, curious how close it was. I know it was a lot. I was chewing through over a belt of every research. That was rough. It's like we might need to prioritize copper a little bit more.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
we just need to
iron.
consume more iron.
Yeah, that too. That'll help.
Ooh. One thing we could do. We don't even have the second belt up. Okay, that wouldn't help then.
Okay. That is
Yeah, that's what I can do.
ready. So I need 5, 6, 7, 8.
That'll help.
Yeah. Because most of this bottom area is copper, so.
Yeah. Poppy doesn't understand that if she wants to lay under my blanket, she actually has to get off of it so she can get under it. There you go.
All right. So one of the things I did for the challenge, or the just to keep things interesting and different. So the productivity research for everyone, my version of it, FG, I added a bunch of customizable options, as well as ability to do to customize how research is handled, stuff like that. But what I did is I also have a mod on here that allows you to tweak everything about the modules. And so I massively nerfed productivity modules. Massive. And made the actual productivity research, right, the thing you want to do. And basically, the productivity research is for this process for this specific like stream series, I tweaked it. I've reduced the sort of levels, because when I did my own little world, I didn't stream it, I didn't record any of it. I just played, for my own enjoyment, which is something rare that I do. I had it in here where it had a minimum science pack requirement across the board. So these researches here that are 2 science packs to research. None of that was a thing. I had overridden all of that stuff, so it was much less lucrative. Okay. So now that we have reds, let's work on greens. Again, we're going to need to, let's go deep into this tree here, and do the actual greens, like here. And then output here. And I am drastically out of stuff. Okay. Let's go grab some more iron.
Got a comment in chat. Boy, it's tough to answer that question, but I mean, if you've done Dyson Sphere, I'd say this game is probably easier than DSP. Wouldn't you say, Buggy?
I would,
or more user friendly?
I mean, it's certainly, man, that's a tough one. Dyson Sphere has its own challenges and its own kind of shenanigans, but
yeah,
Factorio has an incredible amount of quality of life features to it, that just make it a pleasure to play. So it's like, directly comparing them, not really something that I would do, because they are different. But Dyson Sphere, the challenge for me with Dyson Sphere is the process of expanding the factory to other systems and other planets, and messing with the logistics, because it's not immediate. The quality of life is not an immediate thing, and so you have to deal with sort of the pain of it first, whereas Factorio is like just strictly build, grow, expand, and like it's a very straightforward process. And to me, it's the gold standard of factory. Every factory game I compare against Factorio, every single one. It might be unfair to other factory games, but it is what it is. This is going to chew up the iron. All right. We also want this. See, this gets expensive. The moment you step away from like the red science pack, productivity research, right, and you go to like green science. So red level 6 is 15 science, right? And I think does it double every time? No. So I think it's 1.5. I think it's a 1.5 multiplier for every level. So, but green science starts at 150, right? So, this starts at 150, and obviously expands from there, because the next one is going to be 75 on top of that. And so by the time you do 5 levels of this, you're into the 400 or 500 science pack range easily. So I think first things first, we're going to have to scale iron and copper. It's going to throw off Oss's builds, but getting these to 50% at minimum, maybe even push iron and copper to 100%. That might be something that we can do. Because this process is going to use a crazy amount of iron. And then do five levels of copper, 5 levels of iron, and then do another 5 levels of copper, and then another 5 levels of iron. And that'll get us to 100% productivity across the board for iron and copper, which will allow a kind of a refactor to the system. What percent? Each research is 10%. So each one of these researches is another 10% productivity. And I have it capped because I have another mod that allows you to change the productivity cap, because in the base game, the productivity caps at 300% across the board. You can't get any productivity greater than 300%. And they did that because of the recycling system. And Fulgora, when you get recycling, if you have greater than 300% recycling or productivity, you're able to do an infinite loop, and so they capped it. So I go in there and I cap it at 600% instead. So there are 60 levels. You can see here 60 levels, right? You see 1 through 60. So the mod that changes productivity or adds productivity research detects that. It's like, oh, this is capped at 60. There are a couple bugs. There are a couple little researches here and there that I think are base game productivity researches that don't follow that, because the mod doesn't add that productivity, so it kind of throws that off.
Which row did you intend the circuits to be on? This one?
The one under steel, probably this one. We don't want to cluster our circuits together, 'cause that just gets to be nasty.
Can you grab the power poles?
Can I grab the power poles?
Research.
Oh. Well, we don't have any greens yet, so when we have some greens, then I'll definitely do that. Really? I don't have any.
Should I get a couple of radars placed here and there?
Yeah.
It's nice to be able to view the isolated areas. Don't have to worry about biters, fortunately, but
Not for a while yet. And these don't have any productivity yet, because they're really expensive.
biters were passive or something, but no, they just don't evolve as quick.
They don't evolve. via time or whatever, and they don't expand. So they're not creeping in on us right now. They're not slowly moving closer and closer. Because yeah, the whole expansion system is like kind of deceptively taxing on servers because it's having to do a lot of calculation. All right. Yeah, we're going to need to scope out. We're going to need to figure out where oil is. I think it's south from where we are, Renegade. I think it's somewhere down south. Not too far. But yeah, oil is going to be the next steel and oil. All right, let me expand science down here. The lab should be done, yeah.
Alright, found the oil. And friends. Lots of friends.
Yay, friends. Oh, here's a very important question. Do we get to recycle our pistols, or are they the pistols of shame that we can never recycle?
I think you can recycle pistols.
Well, I meant should we?
Oh, should.
It's-
Oh no, we have to have a shrine for them.
Okay. Well, I've got a starter shrine here.
Well, if we have friends. Might want to pop a little bit of welcoming party researches here. Yeah, Dyson Sphere, that's we've played that. We even played multiplayer. Austin and I played the multiplayer of Dyson Sphere because there's somebody made a mod that allows you to play Dyson Sphere with friends, and it actually worked pretty well. I don't know if it's been updated or not, but
Yeah, I was able to join you guys for some of that.
I mean that was crazy that actually worked. Somebody was able to mod multiplayer into that game, which is insane. But the thing about Dyson Sphere that I always ran into when I played it, and I've covered it a myriad of times on the channel and during streams, is once you're basically, once the Dyson sphere once you've built a good amount of a Dyson sphere, like you don't really need to build more than one. you don't need to build like a bunch of them, and they produce so much power and give you so much that you don't really need, like, there's nothing to do with all of that. There's no post Dyson sphere content. They added like the Dark Swarm enemy sort of system, you know, as kind of a something to do while you're building the Dyson sphere, because I think that Dark Swarm thing is like attracted to the power gen. So as soon as you start generating a significant amount of power, you're gonna like aggro the AI basically. So to me, I was just like, you know, the Dyson sphere process, mega factories, and then once the Dyson sphere is built, the infrastructure, the crazy amount of infrastructure that you have built in the system that builds the Dyson sphere, all of that is no longer needed. Right? You have all of this infrastructure, all these launchers and all of this crafting and all of that. None of that is needed anymore. And you would think, like, just for maintenance and stuff, right? You have enough stuff in space to encircle a star, and you would think that you would have to keep launching stuff just because of maintenance and things. But yeah, I always ran into that brick wall with that game of what do we do now? Dyson sphere is done, and there was nothing to do other than like what Oz did was just scale up his research to insane levels. Which a lot of those same tenets hold for Factorio. Scaling up research to the levels like we want to approach with this, but we're not going fast enough for that. We've only got red and greens, and we're 2 hours in. So we need to.
Factorio. The infinite research in Factorio feels more rewarding, and I don't know what they need to do for Dyson Sphere to add that in. But that's kind of what you need. You need to feel that buzz that you get.
Yeah, it's definitely true. Like really late game researches like that are much needed to have somebody figure out, hey, what can we use with this? Okay, so so you can assume with the steel setup a 100% productivity for the iron. So I'll queue up enough to get us to 100%.
So
and then
pretty much just cut the smelting stack in half.
Well, it's not scaling steel, it's scaling the iron. So you're going to need the same number of steel smelters, just half as many iron smelters.
Gotcha. It's actually pretty easy to account for.
Because steel, believe it or not, steel productivity is one of the base game things that we're not going to have access to for a long time.
Yeah.
Very, very late in the I think it's post Volcanus. Volcanus? I don't know. Volcanus sounds better. Yeah, if we're gonna tap steel, or Jesus Christ, my brain is just not working. If we're gonna tap oil, we are gonna need ample steel for the things and the stuff for that.
Is true. May as well mention it now. The way I have the inserter set up for steel, you can see that they're all facing the same way. But if you look at the way that they grab and they place, they are correct. It's just as you're placing them down, you can just zip along and place them, rather than place two, reverse it, place another two, reverse it. That's one of the neat things about Bob's mods, is that you could basically do the opposite of what you're supposed to be able to do. Which probably nobody understood, but
Bob's mods. What about? We're not using Bob's mods.
Bob's Logistics, isn't it? Oh, that's right.
Smart inserters.
That one was updated. Smart inserters. Thank you. I'm just so used to that one that. Oh, I didn't notice that last message there.
Well, this has an end goal.
Yeah, it does.
Um,
Message.
Like, this game has an end goal for sure. It just has the ability to do, infinite researches, just like Dyson Sphere does. So you have the ability to do that. But yeah, the task is to get to the edge of the solar system. Because with Space Age, if you get it, get the Space Age version, because Space Age is phenomenal. It adds it's an absolute worthwhile DLC. We are using Space Age right now, but we haven't unlocked. I can't show you the star map because we're not that deep into the tech tree yet. But yeah, you can travel to other planets, set up factories. They all have science packs that you can make, and you can, once you craft all of those and you understand how all that works, you combine everything, and then you can build a ship to get to the edge of the solar system. And that is essentially, once you get to the edge, that's essentially the end of the game. There's content after that, of course. There's stuff to do after that, but the end goal is to get to the edge of basically escape the solar system on a ship that you build. And I think somebody did a speed run with a vanilla space age, the latest I've seen from a speed run to get to the edge of the solar system is something like 10 hours. From start to the edge of the solar system, 10 hours. Which is
That's insane.
that is an insane accomplishment. I mean, that is literally like every move, every science pack, you finitely craft the exactly what you need at exactly the right moment. I mean, that is a crazy exacting like science to be able to do that. I could not imagine how many attempts and I just couldn't imagine that.
Now is that the one where they build the ship that just has a whole bunch of wall in front to plow through the asteroids, or is that one?
I
think
don't think so.
Fix that?
I think he had mines, didn't he?
He,
Use mines.
man, I don't remember. They've since eliminated the ability to do that
Okay.
with mines. So I don't know if they used it or not. Well, like depends on what timing it was. But the whole laying landmines at the start, the head of the thing to take out the asteroids as they're coming in. Some of those nerf strategies, because one of the earlier ones was to create just a long, thin ship, just a super thin ship, basically 4 tiles, like as wide as the little capsule that your character is in, but just this long, thin ship that allowed 90% of the asteroids to pass your ship, and you didn't even need to bother, right? So it's like those kinds of cheesy strategies they've actively tried to fight against and kind of force people like, hey, actually build a ship. Like, stop trying to cheese the game and play the game, goddammit. I know the feeling. Oh man, the mall, the belt mall, the bane of existence. All these researchers are taking so long. Why are they taking so long? I need to beef up research speed. That's what I need to do. Let me work on that for a little while.
Yeah, with the productivity, we're going to be able to have
Yep.
quite a few research centers.
And once I get some productivity going on greens, that'll really help as well. Reds. Yeah. Reds were golden. So when the science per minute that you see, if you see other videos or other content creators or whatever, this is what they're referring to. This graph here that shows you science per minute. It's how much science you're actually consuming per minute. Okay, so if we do here production and we go science, you can see here, this is quote unquote science. This is the science per minute that you're actually producing, right? So looking at this, we are bouncing around a little bit, but yeah, I just increased the amount, and so we are slowly ramping up our science per minute, right? So you can see it jumped from roughly 20-ish. Now we're up to 40-ish science per minute because I just doubled it. It makes sense. You have fluctuations in there just because of how like there's a little delay when the inserters are moving science over where the lab is not doing anything. So you have little fluctuations, but yeah, my personal world of this kind of mod pack, that science per minute is like 270 million. It's a lot. And it's done via quality. I have a quality mod that I've made and customized. So like, I don't know the best way if somebody wants to try this exact style of game, to just kind of tinker with it and have fun with it, with whatever custom settings you want. I don't know if there's a good way other than just providing a save that allows you to sync the mods with the save. There is a singular mod that I forgot I made a custom version of. I don't even remember why. I don't even remember why I needed to make a custom version of it, but
Getting steel set up right now, by the way.
cool, just in time for the iron plate productivity to get done.
Yep.
We also are going to need a brick setup, so
Yep.
bricks is.
how to make sure that I didn't forget anything. Test run on these. Alright, yeah, it looks like it's outputting steel.
Super windy again.
Yeah?
Alright, belts, undergrounds, splitters, and motors are done.
Nice.
Sweet. Do it again.
Okay.
uh,
I'm gonna strip out this gear crafter up here.
okay. I don't think we need as many of these now. And then, say, cable productivity 10. Oh, I need to do number 10. There we go. And we are going to want... Yeah, I have a mod on here. It's another one of these like little mods that few people know about and fewer people have used. Like, it's crazy when I find a mod that is like the exact thing I need it for, does the exact thing I want it to do, and like it's got 200 downloads. And I'm like, oh my god, this is such... So this utility combinators mod adds a combinator that outputs a signal based on the current research that you're doing. So the signal that it outputs is, it outputs a signal for every science pack that's needed. It outputs a certain signal for the time. So there's a bunch of timer ones that it outputs. But what I used it for was the science pack. I don't need it as much on this one because I added a mod that Gleba Science doesn't spoil. Right, so that kind of eliminates the entire need for the circuitry around that. But what I used it for was when Gleba Science spoils, I have it output that signal of what research is going, and whether or not Gleba Science is needed, I eliminate it off the belt. I pull it off the belt when it's not needed, so that way I put it in the freezer, so it doesn't spoil if I don't need it. So that was just it was so good. And then this signal transmission is one of those ubiquitous, like, you always need this. This AAI signal transmission is such a good mod for automating and making things work really well. So it's just an essential mod.
It's shocking that the base game does not have planetary communications, planetary signaling.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Inserters are done.
Now, I would suggest giving yourself a little bit of room, because there are more inserter types. There's other little gubbins here and there that it's going to be crazy. So even though you're doing a good job, give yourself a little bit of room to possibly do some shenanigans. Because, yeah. And a lot of times what I do is... I create a line of crafts when it comes to a mall. Is like, all right, gears, iron, circuits, and one or two other things. And then I just, all of the things that need those are you do in a line. And all of that gets done in a line. So chemical plants and blah, 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 like whatever that needs kind of goes up into a line. And then, eventually it kind of falls apart and it gets to be chaotic. But, a lot of the mall-based stuff is kind of all of the same materials. All the assembly machines and electric drills and pumps and stuff like that. But, I'd like to see... What was that?
Oh, sorry. It sucks when there's one that throws you for a loop for requirements.
Oh yeah, and there's a bunch of those, like the random one that requires bricks, and it's just like,
yeah,
god damn it, bricks, really? But yeah, I want to see how Renegade does his mall. I want to see, if he has, because he has more hours in this game than I do. He has played the crazier mod packs, the crazier mods than I have. So I want to gauge.
Crazy. That's the word you're gonna go with.
Well, I was trying to be gentle.
Masochistic is more like it.
Steel is right here, if you're wondering.
Okay.
then bricks will probably be...
The one above greens for steel, right?
No. Oh, yeah, one above greens is steel.
Okay.
And then we'll do bricks right below greens. I've already got coal down here. We're gonna need to find another blob of stone. I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned that we haven't uncovered any more stone. We might have to lean into trains sooner rather than later.
Oh yeah, if anybody's not sold on Factorio by now, trains.
The train system
Oh,
is
he said.
godly.
Trains. Enough said.
The train system is godly in this game. They have done so much work on making the trains just phenomenally awesome. Yeah, it can't be stipulated enough how good they are.
And I mean, you don't even need to be a train mega fan to appreciate the way that this game does trains. I mean, when I was a kid, I didn't really do much of the, the train sets and stuff like that. I was always curious about them, but never got into it.
He was he was train curious, everybody. He was train curious.
Yes, train curious. My oldest brother was into trains, but he was a lot older than me, so I never really spent a lot of time with him in that regard.
I mean, I had a few train sets growing up, but I don't know if it was the way my little feeble mind worked, but the fact that it just went round and round and round on a flat thing was not, like, it was cool, but I liked, one of my favorite things, I don't know why I vividly remember this, when I would get one of those, a little train set, like an HO scale train set, like, I would set it up in, like, the living room, and I would turn it on, and then I would get down on the floor and get my face as close to the tracks as I could. So when the train went by, it was like the perspective was, I was a little itty bitty person watching the train go by. And I could hear, you get close enough to the tracks, and it sounds like a train, right? Going by, like the little wheels and stuff. And I would get really, really close to sort of get that experience of standing at a train, like a normal sized train. I just remember doing that, and to this day, when I play games like Transport Fever or something, and I've got trains going, I usually take the camera and I do that same thing, because it's just like being able to do that is more interesting to me. than just a train that goes round and round and round, right? Nor was I ever like really interested too much in building like big train model sets, right? Like you see these guys build in their basements where they've got these giant like city built
Oh yeah.
with tunnels and all of that, because the problem I have with that is it's static, right? The once you build it, that's it. You can build whatever, it's like a diorama, like you build it but it never changes, it never evolves, it never does anything. And I always had sort of an issue with that because that was never interesting to me. It's funny, the more like fascinating sci-fi for me because of that mentality of like miniatures is any sci-fi that has, and I know Black Mirror, I think Black Mirror did an episode, no, maybe it was the robots one, the one where they had like a little miniature civilization in their freezer. Anybody watch that, where they open their freezer and there's a little civilization, and then you have the characters that are just watching the civilization develop? That to me is infinitely more interesting, of having this perspective of you have this little village and you're just watching this evolution of this little village over time, and eventually like I know eventually they bomb one another. It's funny. But that lane of like science fiction is just so fascinating to me, is timescales that have been stretched. Stargate Atlantis did a similar, there's an episode of Stargate Atlantis that McKay and can't remember the captain's name, the guy that I can't remember what his name. McKay is the scientist, but
Shepard?
What?
Shepard,
thank you. They find a room they think is a game. They think it's like a city building game where they're literally like building a civilization, and they're playing this game, and there are certain rules, and they're both playing this game, being they're competing with one another. Well, it turns out the game that they're playing is actually communicating with another planet somewhere, and they're literally affecting two civilizations, right? And they're basically putting these civilizations on the warpath to one another, like you would play a game, not knowing these are actual real people that you're manipulating. And that episode of Stargate Atlantis is so good because it forces them, once they realize what they're doing, they actually visit this planet and they're like, oh my god, we need to back off all the things that we were doing, because we were putting these two nations like to war, right? And affecting it in that way. I just thought that episode was phenomenal. Okay, what was I doing? I was coming up here for something. I can't remember. This was steel? Yeah. I was coming up here for steel. Steal some steel.
No, don't steal my steel.
See, motors, train. Landfill. Fluid handling. Oil processing. That'll be good for the queue for now. Let's do... And yes, my undergrounds go further. Don't judge. Well, judge all you want. I don't care. If you're gonna dig a trench to put an underground belt in, you're gonna dig it as long as you want. You're not gonna be like, oh, we can only dig this trench, 5 feet. It's like, no, we can dig the trench more than 5 feet. I assure you, it is within the realm of possibility. Let's put a Duvalaki here and get you started. Yay, we have steel. Yeah, one of the reasons I like using loaders for material like this is the moment we research stacking, the loaders, I ensure that the loaders get triggered with the stacking. So it's like immediately stuff starts getting stacked on the belt and your throughput goes up. You don't even have to do anything. That's why I like using the loaders in this situation. I believe stacking unlocks in Glebo. If memory serves, that's where the stackers unlock. So that's going to be a hot minute. Alright, steel is on the way. All right. Then we just double it again. We were at about 40. And the reason why some researchers bump up like that is the timing, the timer on them. right? So this is a 30-second cycle research. This is a 30. This is a 15-second, right? So when this one triggers, our science per minute is going to double right away because the research itself takes half the amount of time. This one is 10. This one is 10. This one is 15. So until you get like evened out, the most of the later game ones are all 60-second crafts. So it's really easy to do the math on that. But for some reason, the main infinite research, which is research productivity itself, for reasons passing understanding, that's 120-second research, which throws your science per minute off. Because it's a 2-minute cycle, which means it's using one science every 2 minutes. So your science per minute number kind of gets thrown off a little bit, because of how slow, because it's twice as slow as, it's half the speed of another infinite. Like all the other infinite researches are 60-second cycles. Really easy math, right? But they don't use every science pack, which is frustrating. The one that uses every science pack is literally half the speed, which sucks, but whatever. Okay. And then we can research some of the base game lab research speed, which gives a 20% boost for that. And another 30% boost for that. So 2 research in, we're gonna be able to boost it 50%, which is pretty not bad actually. All right, so we're gonna want some concrete. I'm trying to speed run this. We're gonna want to battle some biters here. Battle some biters.
Inserters, tier 2 assembly machines, power poles are automated.
Woo! The mall arriveth. Right.
Did you want to put the engine units on the bus?
I don't put engines on the bus. I build a big setup and then I route them where they need to go because it's only like a finite number of things they need to go. But definitely give yourself some room and then do an engine setup. But I usually ensure that we have 20 crafters making engines. So whatever you need, again, you want to give yourself probably a space of, I don't know, that much for crafting the material to make the engines and then make the engines, back a ways because you're not gonna. Because once quality comes into play, well, that's more for science than it is anything else because I don't deal with quality intermediates at all. Oh, those were fast. Forgot those early ones are crazy fast. We can even research productivity on our charcoal. Glorious. They come in handy. The charcoal recipe comes in handy on Gleba. This is a really handy recipe to have. It's a really simple recipe, right? One wood makes 4 charcoal. It's literally, yeah. So it's just a simple mod that I did.
Only slightly OP.
We needed something to do with wood, so I was like, I'm just make it worthwhile. It's OP, sure. Nothing wrong with a little OP-ness. Take care of that. All right. I think get that up to 10. That'll take care of reds for basically most of the rest of the game. Even at like 100% productivity, once quality comes into play, right? The mod that I have for quality gets all the way, you have legendary, but then after legendary, right? So you have epic here, then legendary, right? Then mythic, then divine. So I have my own version of mythic quality. This is the FG edition. So again, this is what you can do. So the mythic quality is awesome. But I was like, mythic quality is not quite there. So I made another one called divine. And divine is, just researching divine is a billion science. Gives you an idea of the scaling involved. It's a billion science to research. So you're not going to be able to do it without actually getting the other ones involved. Because if you're not dealing with quality at all before then, if you're holding out to, jump into divine and only do that, the challenge is, can you build a science crafting setup, right? Once we dive into quality, can you do a science setup where all you need to do is research the next tier, and it just seamlessly starts crafting the next tier without you needing to be involved? That's a challenge. That's a really big challenge. And one of the other mods that I've got that helps with quality grind, and streamlines the process a lot, is this mod here, Dequalitier. This Dequalitier mod, it's literally a chest. Okay, so it's a chest, but what it does is the chest, when you craft the quality of the chest, it's one of the few things in the game where you want a stack of each quality. Because what it does is whatever you put into it, if it's a higher quality, it will reduce the quality to whatever quality the chest is. So let's say you have a rare chest, right? The Dequalitier chest, you have a rare quality. And you put a legendary item in it, it will reduce it down to a rare quality. And you might be asking, why would you want to do that? Well, there are very specific reasons why you'd want to do that, right? Because the legendary, if you have a science setup where you're crafting quality, well, you can't dictate a cap on the quality. So a crafting machine might be like 90% of the time it's going to give you an uncommon, okay? So 90% of the time you expect an uncommon. So 10% of the time it's going to be higher than uncommon. Well, you don't want to have to route all of that shit and try to filter everything out, and it's a nightmare. So what this mod does is allows you to shuffle everything that's higher than what you expect into the box, right? If it's higher than you just put it all into the box at uncommon quality. It reduces everything to uncommon. Therefore, coming out of the box, 100% of the time it's going to be uncommon. Right? So it allows you to strictly control what qualities are the craft is doing, and allows you to cascade the productivity. right? Because if you're doing that with every stage of the quality, if you're doing that, that means you are getting the productivity on every step down the line. Every time you try to recycle a science pack to a higher quality, you're getting that productivity. And so one science created at normal quality, right, recycled, because the very specific settings I have for the recycler mod, I think it's called reverse factory, is I have it return 100%, so it's a perfect return, but that alone does not allow quality. You can't use quality inside the reverse factory, I don't think. I might have to check that. Settings, mod settings, startup. Let's see, reverse factory. Maybe I allowed it, maybe I didn't. I can't remember now. There it is. Okay, I did allow quality, but here's the thing with quality: you don't want to use quality in the reverse factory. This was a lesson that I learned when I built the world. When I built the world, or when I built this style game for my private game, I learned that if you have quality in the reverse factory, that ensures your throughput is going to be bottlenecked because of the randomness of quality, right? You might have five reverses in a row, right? If you put uncommon in and you have quality, you might have 5 in a row that give you a rare. That's easy. Loaders and stuff are shoving that stuff out really fast. But then if the 6th reverse gives you an epic, well, the system stops, right? The factory stops until it's empty, drops the epics, the epic ingredients in. Those have to empty because the next one might give you another rare, right? So it causes pauses and hitches in the reverse factory, which it might not seem like it, but it causes a major cascading problem, down the line, because it's like you're running into some major issues there. So you don't want to use quality in your reverse factory. That was a lesson that I learned. You want to use quality in your crafters to ensure that you bump up. And then what I usually do is I wait until I'm able to at least put a crafter into 100% quality mode to guarantee you get at least one bump in quality. And that just streamlines the process considerably. So I don't really mess with quality much at all with science until I can guarantee via the module slots that I can put enough modules in there to give me 100%. All the other ingredients, like if we have mining drills and all that crap that are random qualities, that's fine. But science, I wait because it's so much easier to build the setups when you can guarantee a quality. And looking at this, I definitely did not leave myself enough vertical room here. So we're going to have to, once we get to that point, we're going to have to rethink. We're going to have to refactor the whole setups. Yeah, see, like, just level 5 of green science productivity is 759 science versus, like, level 11 of the reds is only 115. So yeah, the scaling is pretty heavy. Military science is not that bad. It starts at 60, which isn't too bad. It's still going to scale pretty heavy. And then we have the Nixie tubes. I added this because it's just fun to have. I have like a display board that has all my science in it. That shows me like I did quite a bit with like using lamps to give me scales to give me warnings about if I was running low on science at a glance. I could just look at my display board and figure out like if any of my sciences were in bad shape. I could address that right quick. Okay, so we have, let's just trigger warehousing for funsies.
Can you add on the fluid wagons?
Fluid wagons, I can do that. Yeah, we're gonna have to start hurting biters here. But we also have to, be mindful of where are we gonna farm. We need to find I think the one north of that copper might be the perfect one to basically make a zoo out of. If that is a biter spawner, that would be perfect. To build a fence around that, a wall with some turrets to take out any of the biters that are spawning, but we're going to need to capture one of those biter nests eventually, and it'd be nice to have one that's not 20 miles away. Although with the teleporter mod, it doesn't really matter too much. But and then all the circuit stuff, those are usually easy to put in a line because you need, copper and iron and greens. And then you can usually put signals, chain signals. And then the Nixie tubes are pretty much the same, so we'll be able to have Nixie tubes in that mix as well. All right.
Back.
He's back.
Do you want the power switch or programmable speaker automated, or can I skip them?
Power switch could probably be skipped, but not the speaker. Speaker we're gonna need.
And we might need one power switch, but
Yeah, that's we can craft those. Like,
yeah,
100%.
yeah. The speakers are great on some of those ships.
Yeah, they're good for alerting you to, to avoid catastrophe. Which can happen pretty fast on those ships.
Yeah.
There were times in the other instance of this that I keep referring to. I need to figure out a way to refer to that easily. But where I would, that kind of game that I had basically I would set everything up and get everything working. Everything was good. Everything was like flowing really well. And then I would, I think I had it on the server. I think it was the last thing I did on the Anominate server before he left. I would log back in, the next day, and everything would, the whole situation was shut down. And I'm like, what happened? Well, I would lose a ship or something, something random would happen, and I would lose a ship. And I'm like, well, there's no way. Like, I lost this. I would look in the log files, and the ship was lost 6 hours prior, right? So there's no there's nothing you can do. Nor is there any way to figure out what happened and why did you lose the ship, right? So you have to look at your existing ships and see if there's any flaws. And usually the flaws came down to the quality of ammo for fighting the asteroid. Something would gum up the works with the quality of ammo, and it would backlog. It would get basically deadlock. The ammo would deplete and run out, and the ship would be just a sitting duck for destruction at that point once you run out of ammo. So a lot of my tinkering with the designs of ships and stuff came down to trying to figure out how to get the ammo and the ships in a state that they could not run out of ammo, right? And that was a challenge. That was a big challenge. All right, I've got the bricks started. Let's go down and run the rest of these. What do I want to do here? Yeah, I think we're going to have to pick up. This takes up too much space.
I'm going to replace all the smelters with the next tier.
Sweet. It's going to use a little bit of steel.
Yeah. I'll start with the steel setup.
Get those unlocked so we can get those on the mall. Right. Normally, military science is kind of a low priority, but one of the things that usually happens when you make military science is you don't use a lot of it, but the things that you make to make the military science are incredibly good. Ammo and grenades, which you have to automate to make military science. So making military science, whatever amount of military science you make, you can just take excess. Once military science is backed up, you can just take excess of ammo, red ammo, and grenades and shove them into a box, and boom, you've got ammo to use. So, yeah, it's very handy, which is why I want to do military science. So, I want to grab a few more of these. I want to grab a few more of those. I don't think I need more undergrounds. Yeah, I think I'm good there. Belts. Belts is always the bottleneck. Alright. So again, we want to give ourselves ample room here between setups. So we're going to go down, and then we're going to come down here and see what our craft requires. Piercing ammo, grenades, and walls. Yes. Walls you need 2 of. The other ones you need 1 of. So I usually and while I'm building this, I might as well have these. So let's offset that 1. So we get 2 belts in here. Okay. What do my ratios usually look like here? I usually have, let's see, 1 every 10 seconds for grenades and 1 every 10 seconds. What I usually try to do when I build these setups is I usually go for whatever I need to do 1 a second. Right? That's kind of a just build. So this is a 10-second craft for military science. It's a 10-second craft. So if I plan on having 10 crafters, right, that means I need 1 a second of grenades and 1 a second of piercing rounds. It's just a lot easier to think about the math that way. And then 2 walls means I need 20 a second of walls. So going in here, if I do 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And then set those up. this. There, 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 and horizontal there. Okay. And let's go grab some decent power poles for once. Okay, and just get rid of the thing there so I can not stare at that. Okay, so the output of these are going to be on the outside. But again, we're going to have to refactor all the science anyway once we start doing quality, because yeah, we are going to 100% need it. So now the walls we make every 0.5 seconds. So every second we make 2 walls. Right? Which is what we actually need. 2 walls a second. So at most we need 1 wall crafter. I'm going to do 2 just for, random, floating point number's sake. Just make sure that we have enough crafted for that. And then one of these is going to be on the inside of the track. Okay. And then really where the rubber hits the road here is the stupid grenades and piercing rounds, because those are going to require a little bit more of a beefy setup. So yeah, let's see. Piercing rounds. Requires 2 firearm every 6 seconds. This is a firearm every second. So in 6 seconds, I'm able to make 6. So
That's new.
Hmm?
That's new. I hadn't seen the Nixie tubes.
Yeah, you must have been AFK when I talked about those.
Yeah. Don't expect you to explain them again. I just was surprised.
Yeah, unfortunately, you need 8 grenade crafters. Because, yeah, these are an 8-second craft. Why they're 8 seconds, I don't know. Why it takes longer to pack some coal into a little thing and have it go boom boom. Like, I don't understand it, but whatever. There is no good place for these. So iron can come in right there. We're going to need it down here as well. Then these need a lot of coal, so you want to do the high throughput stuff. You want to put in the close belt, and then the lower yield stuff on the far belt.
These Nixie tubes, Buggy. Are you going to be using all 3 of them, or are you just gonna use the small reinforced one?
I used the 2 square ones.
Okay.
The 2 different square ones. The classic one I don't use, but I think the classic one is used in crafting.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. If you're gonna use all, or just 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah, just the square ones are good. Good. Okay. Now, iron comes in here. Comes out here. Oh my god, I'm out of it. Okay. And then coal. Be right there.
Interesting. Something you might want to check out later, Buggy. Factory Town 2 is enabled for Steam playtest. So you can request access. I don't know the chances or anything, just reading the headline basically.
Yeah, last time I did that, the company yoinked the game after the playtest was over. So it was like you go in, you play test it, you give them feedback, you give them bug reports, and then they just yoink it from your library when they're done. And it's like, okay, did I just get played? Did I just do a whole bunch of like QA work for this company and didn't get anything for it other than to be able to play the game for 20 minutes, like 10 days or whatever it was? Like, they did the company that did that to me was the company that made Timberborn, which is why I never covered it again, because it was like oh, playtest, and they creators were given keys, and so I got a key, and it was like, hey, cover the game, blah blah blah. And so I did a bunch of episodes, I did a bunch of recordings, did all that. After the playtest was over, it just vanished from my inventory, and I was like, oh shit, they're not even giving me a copy of the goddamn game for doing all of that. I just gave them a huge amount of free advertising, and they didn't have to pay for it.
Well, this one's a public one, so yeah, I imagine it will remove it when it's done. But yeah, in the Timberborn instance, that is pretty scummy. Because if they're not gonna give all the people who cover it, on YouTube and stuff, a permanent key, then just don't give them a key in the first place. If they're gonna be like that.
Yeah, I just could. When it happened, I was like, oh my god. Oh, also don't forget lights, Renegade. If you didn't do lights,
I already have them.
okay. Excellent.
And Buggy said, "Let there be light."
Right, we need to route copper and steel in here. Let's see. Right there. Oh, of course. All right, steel is way up here. Let's get steel, copper. Actually, I could probably just mix these here, bring them down. That would save me a huge amount of gubbins. Okay, why?
I'm gonna start tapping into this other iron vein over here because we need it.
Yep. Right. I am not seeing. Oh, there's some more stone. Oh, wow, that's a ways away. Yeah, we're gonna have to start a. Before we run out of stone, we're gonna need to start a
Rail network.
rail system.
Everything's ready. Although we don't have regular stone on the bus, so I've just been carting around chestfuls of stone.
Yeah, that was the next thing I was gonna do. Because we're gonna need stone on the bus anyway for purple science. So, We'll put that right underneath the yeah, right underneath the coal. Mm-hmm.
If we want to tap into stone on the bus, we certainly can do that. Let's grab it off of.
Yeah. I'm taking it from the chest. Or is that not? Mm.
That won't necessarily be reliable. It's
Yeah.
a buffer so that things flow easier. Just off the end of here, off this splitter would work.
Yeah.
I'll rig that to the.
I've already got the line started here, so.
Okay.
All this is going to have to be reconnoitered. As my stepmom used to say, reconnoitered.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh,
yeah,
I was like, what? I'm confused. You changed it.
Yeah, I'm good at confusing people. Wow. Gotta make myself one of those belt movies. Get it.
Oh, I'm not quite at
Not
powered
used to
armor
damage
yet.
to the ground.
Ooh, this iron is just bad. Once we start using more copper, that'll go faster. But
Yeah, that'll help. Oh. That's what I did wrong.
Alright, everything is automated that can be automated.
It's excellent.
Do we have pump jacks?
Yep.
Alrighty. As soon as I trigger a pump action, it's going to unlock refineries.
They are over on this stack over here.
Okay. So yeah, the refineries, of course. I've always tried to keep everything clustered, but because refineries, chemical plants, and pump jacks. All right, let's go grab a little bit of oil to unlock that, so we can start crafting the refineries to make an oil setup. But we are, of course, going to need to convince the natives to maybe vacate the
Well,
premises.
there are turrets at the end of this stack here being built.
Well, you literally have a base right outside the viewing range that you can, you can test. You can test how they work. Okay, I just want to see if we can drag a little bit of power. And it's super convenient down here because there's a coal patch right by this.
Easy plastic.
Easy plastic. All right, now.
That should do wonders for our iron. It still has priority set to the local stuff.
All right, now. Behold the power of the pump mod. Pump. We want those. Boom. I don't know how I have not looked at the script for this mod to figure out how they did this, but I know that it wasn't easy. The logic involved in how they did it, like I don't know how they did it. Let's go ahead and put one of those down and get it powered, and that unlocks. Boom, there it is. And I forgot to bring pipe down, because of course I forgot to bring pipe down.
Would you need to remember pipe? It's just
I don't know.
ridiculous.
I was thinking too hard on just getting a pump jack down here so I'd unlock the actual craft. So Renegade could start that, because there's no point in doing any more down here until that happens.
There we go. Now the steel is starting to flow.
Now I have to do the walk of shame all the way back up to the base because I forgot a bunch of shit, so I gotta go grab it. But I'm pretty sure once we get blue science, we'll be able to unlock teleporters, which will be really nice.
Because matter transmission totally sounds like a pretty early science.
Totally is chemical science. You know, it's
Yeah.
it's moving the biology of the human, you know, of the engineer's body, and it makes total sense. I'm gonna need a bit of these.
All right, they're being made.
Wait. All right. Just gathering some pipes so I can take that down. Many underground pipe. Six. We are going to need to double power, as well as figure out where our next coal. I know there's coal deposits. I'm pretty sure there are coal deposits both west and north, but I just don't know how far away they are. So somebody wants to. I don't know if I have any blueprint or a good rail blueprints in my setup. I don't think I have any of them copied. I didn't use really any rails when I did my hyper thing. I do have the rail segments in here, so I do have that, but I didn't really use them. So we're gonna need to get at least a start of a rail setup going so we can move some shenanigans, especially stone. We have completely tapped that stone out when it's not even close to enough. So, the sooner we get started on that, the better. Just leave a very wide berth for science. Do not crowd rail onto science at all. So focus more on the north side of the base than the south for the rail system. Because we are like the science setup needs a huge amount of space. that's good
Copying
there.
some rail blueprints.
Yeah, I could have sworn there was like this little cooldown here. This will be good for the rail or the plastic. Boy, my brain just words just words just come out that I'm not even thinking. It's just like, well, here's a word. Like, let's see if this is the right one. I mean, yeah, it's 30 million, but the footprint of it is not very large. So until we get like super high quality big drills, you're not going to be able to mine enough to make a difference for the main base. For if we double power, we'll be able to, with the oil setup, we'll be able to make like solid fuel, right? We can use that, but again, we're going to need a crazy amount of biter destruction before we're able to really go into full on obliteration. Especially because ammo is a pain in the ass. I think we need a secondary ammo setup. I just don't. Mill science is bare bones. It's not doing so good down here. It's barely keeping up. Let's limit mill science chests just because. All right. Oh yeah, I want to grab some lights.
Yeah, moving my dish up on the top of my roof certainly has helped. My
Yeah.
efficiency hasn't moved above 30 ticks the entire game.
That's amazing. That little change was
Yep.
all that it took to fix that shit. Because, yeah, now I feel bad for thinking less of Starlink because I thought it was like Starlink's fault, but no.
I knew for a fact it was its positioning. Yeah, because I mean, with how fast those satellites move, you know, you have a 3 or 4 degree area where it can't see the satellite. How quickly is it getting from point A to point B before it switches satellites?
Oh my god. Jesus, I just fat fingered though. Can I please? I'm out of practice. Way out of practice. That is a huge base. Jesus. God, stop automatically going in there, please. Really? Come on, ammo. Jesus. Shoot the biters. Yeah, I need many more ammo. I can't believe I burned through so much ammo already. Now the base to the north of that copper splotch, we want to probably keep that for the, if we can. I mean, it's not a guarantee, but that's probably I'm hoping that's a biter spawner that we can essentially fence in and keep active, so we can eventually, you know, enslave them and, you know, have our way with them. But
The usual.
okay. And this is much better with bots. I'm just saying, like, when you have bots, this is trivial. But until we get bots, we gotta kind of suffer through it here. Oh, I forgot to grab tanks while I was up there. Of course I forgot tanks. All right, I think that is all of them. Yes. Okay, so now we go and we grab just a line here, arbitrarily, really. Come up.
If you're looking at the game blueprints and you're wondering what EVDA is, it's even draw balancer. That one that I like to use.
Let me bring a tank down. Like a fluid.
Sure.
Like, I just need like a half a... Not very many. I don't grab 50 tanks from the thing. That's just such a waste of material. So, like 10. 10 at most. I don't know why tanks, of all things, stack to 50 when nothing, like, nothing else on that scale does.
Right. Because they're so small. I could see them stacking higher than 5 or 10, but yeah, 50 is definitely excessive.
Yeah, it's the one thing when I build ships, it's the one thing when I'm launching stuff to start the ship, it's the one thing that I launch exactly how many I need for the ship. That way it doesn't launch a stack of 50 tanks to orbit, because it always wants to launch a full stack of something, right? Regardless of how many it needs, it will only look to do a whole stack. So it's like, if my ship design needs 3 tanks, I launch 3 tanks before I tick the box that says automatically launch, right? So that ensures there's 3 tanks, it needs 3 tanks, that's it. Because otherwise, it's going to launch 50 tanks. And it's like, no. So yeah, it's just one of those. It's a pet peeve of mine. Like, it's like that box that ticks, like, automatically sends stuff to the ship to build it. That tick does not actually only send what you need. It sends stacks at a time of what you need. So if you need 5 decider combinators, right, on your ship, it will send 50. A whole stack goes up if you need 5. Rather than send the 5 and have the algorithm fill the rest of the shuttle or the launch, fill it out with other miscellaneous things, and if it hits a certain point, then launch it, right? If it's full enough and it can't fill anything else, then launch it. I don't mind if it's wasting a few extra pounds or whatever of the capacity. But the fact that it's like, oh, here's a whole stack of something. It's like, no, I only need like 6 of these. Like, what are you doing?
Is there anything else you might need while I'm down here?
Yeah, would you build some miners on we'll clear some of that coal out for plastic.
Sure.
Get some miners on there. You know, as well as some drills. The miners can just use pickaxes.
I was trying to think of a good comment for that, but nothing came to me in time.
All right, we're gonna. Okay, so this, now that you can flip these things, it's so nice. So I can take this and hit V and actually match these up, right? So hit that and that. That and now the inputs are all matched up. Makes it very, very nice. I could actually make this even better. Let's do that. That makes more sense to do it that way. All right, probably want to go towards the west with this. Too far north. Let's dial that back a ways. Do we have pumps automated? We need
Oh, I forgot about them. I'll get them quick.
pumps and offshores. I think you did offshores.
I did offshores, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to need a pump on that. What I do is I gate, because eventually we're going to get cracking, and we're going to be able to crack stuff down into petroleum. So what I do is I gate the petroleum from the refineries, and then I bring in the cracked petroleum, and I prioritize that over the new stuff. That way all the levels can manage. Get ready for advanced processing at the very least. Alright, so light oil, heavy oil. So if we go heavy oil out, like a ways, well, yeah. And then light oil will be out.
Alright, I'm out of belt.
Then petroleum gas. It's up here. Ooh. Pumps. Thank you. Let's see.
Oh, Renegade, I don't know if it was an oversight, but the storage tank doesn't actually have a chest for it.
Oh, no, it doesn't. Yes, that was an oversight.
Okay.
And limit the chest to like 10. Don't limit it to a stack. Circuit limit it to 10. That will ensure that a rocket does not launch with 50 because it doesn't have 50 to launch with, so it won't ever trigger it. It's a way to like really ensure that that it doesn't waste things and stuff. Link. That's an expensive research there, but worth it. Worth it. Okay. All right. Ready for the coal. And we'll sneak that right up.
I finally worked my way back down here. Oops.
Okay.
Got to grab more miners though.
I have some.
Okay.
Well,
Should I bother filling it out completely, or?
well, let's get it running first, and then we'll figure out what we need to do to augment it, if anything. So it's just like we get it rolling first, and then deal with that second.
Looks like we got plenty of throughput.
There we go. We have plastic. Okay. So, where do we want to build this? What I'm thinking is let's turn this off. I'm going to shuffle the greens closer to the vertical part of this. And then move, and then this will shovel this way, and then this space right here will be reds. Just a giant ass space for reds, because I need. You always use a crazy amount of space for the red setup, regardless of what your productivity is. Like reds are brutal. So this belt is gonna have to come all the way over and up. Probably gonna need to take out that base, right there. Yeah, I'm guessing this whole area is going to have to be refactored once we get science rolling a little harder, because I always, like, even though it seems like this is far away and there's plenty of space, it's not. There's not enough space here. Blues, you need, like, if you look at like reds and then greens and then military, blues is a huge area comparison, comparatively speaking. It's so larger. So much larger because of the craft time, right? Craft time is 24 seconds, which is extreme. So you need 24 crafters, which is crazy compared to the, few crafters that you start with. Let's queue up sulfur, so we might be able to start that. We need to queue up reds, because that's the next thing I'm going to work on. Modular armor is going to be very handy.
Alright, I took out that base.
Ooh, that was nice and fast. Glorious.
I didn't even have any turrets.
You just went in Rambo style.
Yep.
I think it would save on belt.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay, let's shift the greens. Where I want to shift the greens basically over is like right into here. If you want to work on that.
Yeah.
And I've got a bunch of stuff on me that I can dump in here just to get rid of it.
Yeah, you always end up with a bunch extra.
Before we do that, let's move this over to here. Then we can give it. There we go. I do not want an odd number of undergrounds, and I would get it if I tried to build that other underground. That one there.
I got it.
Alright, so now the reds can go in this zone. Alright, my usual red setup. Let's go, let's see. Let's go a little closer on this side, just in case I want to do shenanigans. Just in case shenanigans are in order. You never know.
Wait, there's a time where shenanigans aren't in order?
Yeah, sometimes.
Weird.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, with all of my productivity and stuff, the ratios are all discombobulated, but I build this normal. If stuff just sits idle, that's fine. I'm not gonna stress over that. Okay. So the other thing we want in here, go to this, and then the out. So be out, over, in. And then we're going to have another set here. I mean, you could technically use yellow loaders. It's just having a bunch of those things in your inventory, like yellow loaders, red loaders, and nitpicking, like which one you use, and because yeah, it's their output. They're going to output two cable, so you could technically use. I could technically probably get away with just using one crafter for this because we have 100% productivity researched on it already. So we're getting double the amount of productivity out of it. So yeah, I could do that, but I don't know. It's just having a bunch of that stuff in your inventory constantly is just not helpful. All right, and then this is going to be stretchy, make long arms there. There and there, and then I'm going to copy all of that. Well, let's just copy the important bits. Do that. And then this is going to underground to there. This is going to underground to there. Must be warm outside. I hear motorcycles.
Yeah, tends not to be too cold when they're out.
Right, now we gotta route the copper, which is for here. Do that. And then the inputs here, we're going to do this. All right, so we need, well, yeah, these researchers will finish in due time. And yeah, the red circuit productivity research is so good, but OMG is it expensive. It starts at 400. Remember, it's a 1.5 multiplier, right? So whatever tier you're on, it's 1.5 times. So 400, and then it's going to go 600, then 900. It's like spicy. It's expensive. But getting a high level of productivity in red circuits is going to massively boost us very, very quickly. So I first want to grab this to give us that total of 50% boost. We're at 20% right now, so we're not super high. And then once that finishes, I can dive into red circuits. Although we should probably research this first. That would be helpful. Because yeah, even the blue science pack starts at 150, which is way more affordable than starting at 400. Like, but yeah, getting red circuits beefed up is a pretty big boon. Okay, so the plastic I'm gonna put, I'll put right here. All right, so green circuits and plastic are what we need up here. So I'm going to take steel, clear out a spot. So green circuits We do this. Do we want to do this? Greens. If you do the inside, right? If you do the inside one here, you want to do the inside one on this side too. That ensures that an even amount is taken off the belt, right? You're taking off the, one lane here and the other lane here instead of taking off, and instead of both sides taking off a single lane, which wouldn't work too well. Then we need power would be nice as well. Power would be helpful. Damn it. Let's go to the other side. One minute left on this research. It was a beefy one, but getting a little bit of productivity in the oil processing will be helpful. Okay, what are we missing? Oh. Wait. Who did this? Did I do this?
What's that?
Take a good gander at greens. I'm not sure if I did that or you did that.
Oh, it was probably me.
Oopsie.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have greens here and here.
I'm quite out of it. I might end up having to take a nap.
Well, you could have just skipped the...
Yeah.
There we go. Where's the inserter capacity research?
I think that one's red green.
Yeah, it is. It's coming.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, it was off of reds.
Inserter capacity. Level 2 or 3. Yeah. Okay. Level 2. All right. Now the plastic is right there and there. Right. This is the first. I think this is the first time that I've ever had the red circuit build done before I've actually unlocked red circuits. Oh, I somehow have an odd number of undergrounds. Oh.
Toss it at me.
Do you have an odd number too?
No, I got an even number, but I'm the one who
There.
did an odd number, so.
There you go. It's on the ground.
There it is, okay. I did an even draw balancer.
I always just place another underground just kind of off somewhere in that build. I always place one of those just so there's an even number in that build. It's just like,
Yeah.
I know it only uses 3, but I always put a 4th in there just off to the side because it's like I want that to have 4.
I'll do that so that that we've got evens.
Because then when you upgrade, when you do like the big upgrade planner, then it uses them even amounts. Because the upgrade planner technically, when you upgrade one side of an underground, it will automatically upgrade the other side. So the bot actually takes 2 undergrounds when it upgrades. So one of the very few special cases that does that. Right. Plastic is flowing. I've got to tack on some sulfur on that too. All right. So now that military is all backed up, I'm going to basically do this.
Do you want me to set the recipe for the reds up here?
I'll do that in a second.
Okay.
All right, away we go. And the bulk inserters, I don't think we're going to get left enough room to have those being made in this little mall. It's like, you know, it's like, great. Well, it looks like maybe he did. That's good. Inserters have their own column. Nice. First red circuits are a go. As soon as that research for the inserter capacity goes, like, this becomes much faster. Because they stop trying to put one at a time, and then it goes to two at a time, and it's much, much better. And then we need 2. Let's see. Yeah, we can't do 3, so... Right. I think we should focus. Well, let's queue up some of these. And while we're working towards blue, we're going to work on blues here. We'll get a few levels, hopefully, of red circuits done. We need to get batteries too. Let's unlock those. I need to get sulfur down at the oil, because batteries lead to bots, lead to happiness.
Yes.
So, yeah, we're going to need a sulfuric acid Duvallaki for the uranium. It looks like Renegade's already sort of working on that. And the sulfur, we can take sulfur up there. Just, well, you think you need iron for sulfur, unfortunately. So the sulfuric acid to mine, you don't go through a lot. So like a couple tankers, even, yeah, something simple like that should be more than enough sulfuric acid. So we can bring sulfuric acid up to mine with, because that's not a problem. So we're going to need... Oh, so much. It's so much stuff. Blues. Oh, blues are a royal pain in the ass. we might need engine productivity. What is that going to cost us? That'll help. I mean, blues are nice in that you can just bring the stuff. You don't have to craft it on site. But I have seen people build these where you have the engines crafted right on site. But because it's like what, 2 engine units every 24 seconds. And if we look at engine units, you can see crafts an engine unit every 10 seconds. So yeah, that's 2 every 20 seconds, which is even a little over what this uses. So you could match it, but then that's 3 inputs to make an engine unit, plus 2 other inputs. So it's like, it doesn't really. It's the 3 red circuits that make me shudder, because it's like, oh, that's just. It's such like we just got red circuits, right? We just got them. They're fresh. They're new. They're happy. It's not a lot. We're not making a lot of them. If we even look at how many we're making a minute, right? We're making 180 a minute, give or take. I mean, it's kind of all up and down all over the place, but average is 180 a minute. That's not a lot when you start consuming them with science. So it's like immediately science. The blue science requires you to like increase the amount of blues you're making. So we're gonna come down here, maybe give ourselves a little bit of, well, we don't really need a lot of space. We do need a ton of these though. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. We would be able to probably have engine units and sulfur on their own belt, and then advanced circuits on a dedicated belt. Because, I mean, this is 24-second craft. So, advanced circuits is 3 every 24 seconds. Right? That is 1 every, 8 seconds? That's not many. Red belts can do 30 a second. So half of that would be 15 a second. Well, that's 1 every 8 seconds. And if we have 24 of those, that's 24 every 8 or 1 every 3 seconds. You're still well within the 1 every 15 seconds. So yeah, 2 belts is, I think, more than sufficient. And then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is a brutal. Like, it's expensive, man. Level 5 is going to be 2,000 science. It's rough. But I think it's needed. Normally these icons for like power missing, normally those are blinking. But when you're doing big builds like this and you have all of these things blinking, it's just like my brain is just like, blah, don't. So I disable the blinkiness of it and just kind of have to put up with it blocking like the recipe, because normally the recipe icon's underneath that, right? So the alt mode, so there's the recipe. But it's showing the recipe. It's just that the stupid thing is over the top of it. So it's frustrating. All right, so we need sulfur, which we have to go down and make, and reds and engine units. So the engine units, we're just going to kind of... Where did he make? There they are. All right, let's grab some gubbins and go down and get some sulfur started. Right, we have, let's get some inserters. Undergrounds, belt. Reds are... Ow. Lap Goblin. A visit from the Lap Goblin. Your local Lap Goblin. Must be about 5 o'clock. Yep. Right on time. I don't know how she does it. I've looked for a little kitty wristwatch. She doesn't have one. That's it for the coffee. I have a feeling that coffee is going to slam into me very soon. All right, let's go make some sulfur. Why are you? Whoa. Oh. Oops. Somebody, probably me, disabled steel and never enabled it again. Oops. Yeah, Luce, I hear the purrs. I do. They're adorable. But I'm kind of doing something right now. Kind of in the middle of something. The purrs, though, they're hard to avoid. So, sulfur. What do we want to handle sulfur? Maybe do a build up above. Forgot to grab pipe. Oh, the purrs. The aggressive purrs. Oh my god. Why? Why does that replace? Okay. Engines, circuits. So excellent. after covering me in cat hair, she's jumped off the lap. Her job here is done. The cat hair has been distributed. All right, so now if we look at production. What was that?
It's awfully kind of her to make sure that you get your daily refloat.
I mean, it's way more frequent than daily. Oh, it's many times a day. Okay, so we're still averaging 180 a minute of red circuits being made. Consumption. We'll see what this averages out here now that we're actually consuming them. So we're in between 120 and 130 a minute. Oh, are we gonna hit 140? So 144 a minute, give or take, average. Like as this goes off the screen, it's recalculating it, and yeah, it is what it is. But so it's a little bit extra reds. It's like 40 a minute extra reds that we're actually able to make. As far as the science itself, here you can see compared to all the other sciences, blues. Oh, we're actually able to make quite a few. I made sure to go crazy with the build here. And again, we're not. We don't have any blues actually researched in terms of productivity yet. So that will come after the reds get done. I think greens. I think I need to build another. I think I need to have 6 of these because this is a 6-second craft, and this is a 5-second craft. So to match what I'm doing. There. And then mill is a 10-second craft, but it produces 2 of them. So blue, even though we've built 24 blues, that production is still half of what we've done on reds and greens. Because reds and greens at a 5-second and a 6-second. Well, I guess reds, we would have to add a 5th level onto that. But that's literally like double, right? If it's a 5-second craft, I should have only had 5. The fact that we have 8 is just, I messed up. But, right, so you imagine like when I built that, it was 1 a second, or one crafter per second. Assuming a crafter, if you just assume the crafter is a 1x speed, that's easy math. Don't try to this crafter is 0.75x, and that is just so stupid. There's no crafter in the game that's actually 1x speed. The second level is 0.75, right? And then the third level is 1.25. So there's no crafter in the game that is just 1x speed. So you just have to build it with that in mind. If everything is the same crafter, then the ratios would work out anyway. But yeah, if I built 10 reds, which I messed up, I should have built 10, and then 12 greens, which again I would need 1 more on each side, even though I just added 1. My brain is scrambled. But that's like double the 1 per second, right? Because it's 5-second and a 6-second. The mill is actually right because it produces 2. So it's actually doubled. But the blues, the blues are not. I would have to double that whole stack in order to actually meet like how many reds and greens we're able to make. That's just how crazy blues are compared to everything else. You don't even need that many purples or yellows. Like blues are, as far as like the home planet base, like blues are brutal in how slow they get made. All right, we actually have enough to research this. So let's put this there. It's always the first research I do is the advanced oil. And then probably some uranium mining, so Renegade can get started on that. I've got the sulfur up here, so you could make sulfuric acid in some way, shape, or form. However you want to do that. Just pull from the sulfur to get it up to uranium, so we can start processing some of that shenanigans up there. I need to drop off a bunch of this wood. I don't need this much wood on me. I don't need actually any wood on me. All right. And I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back.
Always nice when you find a bug crawling around on your leg. The cat must have brought a bug with her when she came and jumped in my lap.
Oof.
You can take care of those bases to the east there, Oz?
Certainly could.
Ospo.
A lot of worms on this one. Gotta heal up before I go back in. Good time to make some more grenades.
I got chests up here for that.
Yeah.
Just
Got
look.
easy access to coal down here too, though.
That's true.
Be right back.
I almost left again without grabbing a pipe.
Oof.
I almost walked all the way down there again. I was like, wait a second, what am I missing? What am my brain was just like, you're forgetting something. And I was like, what is it? Pipe. Precious.
There we go.
Alright, I'm back.
Way back.
You know, loaders work for trains, right?
I just used the blueprint we already had
Mm.
for stops and stuff that we made last time we played. because it set the train name up automatically.
I thought we tried to avoid using those because of UPS issues, or was that an old concern?
What would the UPS issue be? It all depends on how the loader is implemented and how it works. Because some loaders, I don't know how Arendelle did the AAI loaders. So, loader type A is using the default code for the game. Because the game has loader objects, they just don't do anything. They didn't add a loader. But mods can use it, which some do. And I don't think that type works with trains. I'm pretty sure they haven't.
Because doesn't that type in the background just act like a really super fast inserter?
No. That type uses the base game loader mechanics, which isn't this. That's why it doesn't work with trains. Type 2 is the kind that they internally in the loader they simulate multiple inserters moving the items, right? So I think some of them are like 4 different inserters that are actually moving the items. I don't know what kind Arendelle has on his. I don't know. I'd have to look at his mod page to see if they're compatible with trains. I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not sure if they are. Well, there's some coal. Holy balls, that's some coal. Jesus.
That's a couple.
A little
One or
bit.
two.
Little bit of coal down there.
A little bit of iron there too.
Just a tad. This is why I wanted to get the train set up going sooner rather than later. 'Cause, yeah, being able to zip that stuff around is going to be very helpful. Because even with productivity, we're still going through a crap ton of resources. All right. I'm waiting for these to actually run out of material. So now production, since we have a couple levels of productivity, we should be seeing, yeah. So we're about 230 a minute. Production. Good. And then we can start working on levels of blue, and then we're going to be diving into some gubbins here. We want, well, instead of doing that, let's do this one first. Then we're gonna, yeah, let's do that. In fact, I need this one right now. Before I do all the cracking and stuff, I want to make sure we get some blue. Yeah, we're gonna need a battery setup at the base. We're gonna need a pretty decent sulfuric acid setup. You know, because we're gonna be piping that into blues eventually. $500.
See, there's a starter sulfuric setup.
Yeah, I'm piping that up for the uranium.
Yeah. I think we've got the pump anywhere mod.
For water, yes. Water can you pump literally from anywhere. You just look at the. All you need to do is mouse over the terrain and hit Q, and you get the pump. You can literally pump it from anywhere. All right, so these are all. Oh, they're not all empty yet. But we want to change this to advanced.
Should I tap into that sulfur? Or should we make a dedicated sulfur for the batteries?
You don't need to, but I would ensure that that can be expanded upon. So, but I would put a tank down there just to make sure that we have a decent supply ready to go that we can pump out of.
Ready.
All right, let's start working on. actually. What am I doing with that outside? Must have missed. Yeah, I missed a connection. Yep. Oopsie.
We are back to check out food.
There we go. Now, essentially the same pattern. Do I have even... I don't think I have enough pipe for this. How am I going to route this up and in and in and here? And prioritize these. Now, this is going to come up, over, and in. And petroleum gas is less than 10K. So this simply prioritizes the cracked petroleum gas here. Ensuring that this has space in it. And then we can pull off of here to make solid fuel. We're gonna need a lot of solid fuel. Which we can kind of do that maybe in here.
I'm back.
He's back. How is food? It was food like happy to see you?
Food is happy to see me, yes.
Okay.
I am chowing down on it now.
Ooh. What did you bring enough for the class? Like what are we eating here?
Well, it might be bad by the time it gets to you.
I might have to make my pizza.
Salisbury steak.
I might have to make my pizza tonight. I got a DiGiorno pizza in the freezer with my name on it. And let's make Renegade happy here.
Oh, thank God.
Psych. No, I'm kidding. Let's see. And then get those unlocked. And now my nuclear bots, you don't need to even spend any research making them. All you need to do is craft the 50 uranium fuel, boom, and you've got them. You literally need like what? 10? No, 5. 235 to unlock nuclear bots. So I made nuclear bots like just that much easier to get to. So I always wait for the bots. I always wait until I get nuclear bots. And that's another reason why I made them unlock early, because okay. So hopefully we're going to have, a handful of 235. All right, oil has been discombobulated and redone, so now we're cracking. We've got lube. I can bring some lube. Who wants lube?
Oof. Sounds like a loaded question.
It's a lubed question, that's for sure. The ultimate challenge to Renegade would be a K2SE botless run.
Oh, God. Please don't even suggest that. Oh,
Oh, man. That'd be rough. That'd be
I can tell you what the very first thing that popped into my head. How the hell would I do arcospheres?
Oh, God. Imagine the circuitry that you would need for inserters and stuff for that. Yikes. Yeah. When we were talking the other day and you mentioned the arcospheres, I had forgotten about them. And so when you mentioned them, it immediately gave me PTSD. I just had this flashback of looking at all the different recipes and all that and going, I don't want any part of this. Like, I don't want any part of this. This is horrible. That whole feature of that mod is just like, nope. And I know there's probably a myriad mods out there that basically are like easy mode for that feature, like making arcospheres like easy, because that the fact that you're kind of subject to the random number generator, like you don't have no recourse other than the random number generator, and it's like it's brutal. Okay, so I think I'm just going to go straight up with the lube. We're probably going to have to refactor all the things anyway, so. Alright, this is a job for some explosives. You know, just like the utility companies when they go through, they cut everything down. All right. We have lube ready for electric engine units and all the other gubbins that we need. Okay. So, purples. Purple, purple, purple.
Do we have an initial target for battery production?
I usually start with 20 crafters and just I've never having 20 crafters, I've never really needed to expand that as the game goes on. It's usually enough crafters as you start tiering up in quality and speed modules and all that kind of stuff. So 20 crafters is usually all I've ever needed for that. I should say 20 chemical plants, but yeah, I've not really ever needed to expand it beyond 20. And usually by the late game, 20 is way overkill. Usually you don't need nearly that many once you start getting modules, and especially with productivity. So yeah, I would maybe... What is the productivity cost? Let me look really quick. What is the battery productivity going to cost us? It's somewhere in here. There it is. Starts at 300. That's going to be kind of expensive, but yeah, I mean, I would maybe do 6 on a side, so 12 total, and we can reevaluate.
Alrighty.
Okay, so one of the most brutal pack, or one of the most brutal science packs is purple. I don't think we have them unlocked yet, but it's the next one. What are they gated behind? Why am I not seeing it? Modules, of course. Forgot about modules. So, yeah. Steel or advanced material processing, so electric furnace, modules, productivity module, and then purple science. Rough. You don't have to do purple science. You can get to Vulcanus without doing purple science. That's icky when you do. You don't really want to do that, but you can. You only ever need to get to blue science to get to the other planets. But getting purple and yellow done, I think when we did the achievement attempt for Space Age way back when we did the vanilla no mods achievement attempt, we skipped purple and yellow because one of the achievements wasn't it craft a planetary science before doing purple and yellow? There was an achievement that was you had to not do purple and yellow before you went to another planet. I'm pretty sure that was one of the achievements.
Sounds right.
So we literally had to, oh my god, it was rough. It was so rough going to Vulcanus without the gubbins that you get from purple and yellow science, the subtle upgrades, especially with bots and stuff. It's brutal.
If I remember right, we didn't get credit for one of those types of quests too, and I don't think we ever do why.
Yeah, and by the time like we could have cared, I just didn't care anymore. I was like, oh my god, this is brutal. It was so brutal. The achievement one was so brutal. Rush to space, yeah. Yeah, it certainly is a rush to space, that's for sure. Okay, so the next tier is going to be, and believe it or not, you don't need as many of these for purple that you do for blue. You don't need 24 crafters. Because if we look at purple here, the craft itself gives you 3. So it's very, very nice. I mean, it makes your steel evaporate. So steel is long gone. Steel is just going to evaporate when we start this. So we're 100% going to need to ramp up our steel production.
Where should I run the sulfuric along the bus?
If you see lube, so lube is over here.
All right.
Okay. So lube is the top belt of that section. Right? That's the top belt of that section. So if you do sulfuric, you can go right under that and do do the sulfuric acid. It's that section could be our fluid, whatever fluids we need. I don't like lube, sulfur. I don't think we need like any other fluids. At least we probably might, but I don't remember any. I don't think we need any. Well, we might have. Depends on how we do the molten gubbins, molten iron and stuff. But that's a ways out.
Yeah. I think it's usually best to do that pretty much locally.
Let's grab some of the screens. Did you automate the, what are they called? Display panels? No, he did not.
Could have swore it did.
Not the Nixie tubes, the display panels.
Oh.
No, I'm not seeing it.
So that's iron, and I could squeeze them right here-ish. There we go. Oh yeah, they only stack to 10 for reasons unknown. I just like using them for marking like what goes on the belts. Iron. Steel. Stone. Okay. Now, we have all the other gubbins that we have to make, which I do to the side, because Jesus, this takes a long... Okay, so the modules are relatively straightforward. That's just two different circuits. So that's easy. You want to give yourself a little bit of space, because eventually you're going to be able to upgrade these to electromagnetic plants. But the crafters themselves, right? What becomes of these stacks is you have a small number of crafters making the regular ones, and then that is eventually going to go into a quality grinder cascade that, you know, you don't need that many. You need, like, for blues, like, the whole thing, four blue crafts, which would produce, I think they produce 2 at a time. So that's like 8 crafts. Well, that turns into, by the time you get to like legendary, those 8 turn into like 1,000. Where, you know, you're doubling it every time, or you're tripling it every step. So you go from like regular to uncommon. Well, or what I usually do is I start at uncommon, right? I put quality modules enough in the base crafters to get to uncommon. So that gives you uncommon, and then you recycle those to rare. So that doubles, right? So you go 8 to 16. The rare to epics doubles again, right? And this is just 100% productivity. Doubles again, so 32, and then 64. So 8 turned into 64 just going into legendary. And then when you go to divine, 64 becomes 128, becomes 256. So it's like 8 going in goes to 256. So you don't need that many source crafters. You need way more of the later stages. And depending on how you do it, you can do more or less efficient, where it skips a stage, right? Because you have uncommon, if you grind those back to uncommon ingredients, and then the craft for that can go to rare, right? Or there's a methodology that allows you to skip a tier, but then you skip that tier's productivity. You don't get any of the benefit from that productivity. So it's a trade-off, right? It's a trade-off. Okay, now the other ingredient is going to be the. Oh, I have to actually cue the research. Is going to be the steel gobbler, the electric furnace, which is a straight up craft. Like, yeah, these crafts are not complex. I'm pretty sure the electric furnace is steel and reds, and does it require anything other than steel and red?
Bricks, I think.
Bricks, maybe. That sounds right, but let me check. Yes, you're right. Steel, and quite a lot of those, too. 10 steel, 10 bricks per electric furnace. This is going to devastate our brick production. We do not have... We are not able to mine enough stone to even keep that bricks thing going. So did I research brick productivity? I did. I definitely need to bump that up to 100. I need to do another 5 of those because Lord Almighty, it's not enough. So let's plan on having the advanced furnace here, which means we have 1, 2, 3 inputs for that. So we're gonna have brick or steel. Brick is it's over in this tab. Brick and reds. Okay. And then on this side is going to be 2 belts. One is going to be greens and the other reds. And these will be the modules. And I'm not sure what the ratio is here. Okay. I'm pretty sure. I don't think you need a lot of these. How many of these do I usually need? So this craft is a 21 second. Oh, Lord, 21 second craft. Makes 3 though. So we need 7 crafters. So if we do 8 crafters, that'll be more than enough to do what we want to do. So give ourselves a little bit of space. That's 4, 6, 8. This science pack, among all of the science packs, is the hardest to quality grind. It takes the most space of all of the base planet science packs. Because of the rail. The rail is insane when you when you're trying to quality grind. So it usually is the most unique grinder setup, because I essentially convert it so the recyclers are actually just directly inserting into, I have way more recyclers. Instead of taking all of the ingredients and sharing them in a warehouse and being able to have multiple crafters pulling from the same pool, I basically individualize it, because there's just not enough throughput with the rail. Even a max stacked loader and belt, max speed, it's still the main bottleneck is the rail. It is brutal. Okay, well, those finished fast. Okay, so before I do chemical plant productivity, let's pop out this. It's weird. It's like you unlock modules. This is one of those legacy researches. It's one of the few in the game that give you nothing. Modules. Right? Costs 100 science, doesn't do a damn thing. It doesn't give you the ability to craft anything. It doesn't give you the ability to do anything. All it does is unlock the next tier, unlock the modules. Right? So you have to do this research to unlock the modules, but this research alone doesn't actually give you anything. It's kind of weird, but whatever. There's the productivity. So this is a craft time of 15 seconds. We'll have to look at that in a second. Okay, and then what else do we want to unlock real quick here?
Are you gonna do the uranium processing up at that ore patch?
Yes, I do need to do that.
Alright, well, I got the centrifuges automated. Finally.
Oh, that's going to be slow. Those things are brutal to craft.
I have 7 of them.
That's a good start. Yeah, I usually start with 20 on the miners and start
That's what
processing that.
The chest is limited to 20, so.
Yeah, that's plenty. Ooh. Yeah, steel plate productivity starts at 1500 science. That is insane. Pop that out so I don't see it anymore. And as well as that one. And that one. Oh yeah, I was gonna start on brick productivity here. Because, we are going to go through a lot of bricks with this setup. Okay, so this can actually be set here. These can be set here. Whew, okay. Now, let's get rid of some of the stuff in my inventory before I enable all of this. steel. How the hell are we going to route steel? This is gonna melt steel so thoroughly. It's gonna be painful. It's gonna be painful. Okay. Now then. This is point 0.05 per second. 15-second craft makes one. These want one every 21 seconds. These actually craft pretty fast. one of these is enough to keep up, I think, with all of these. Pretty sure. Actually, let's do... this. Why aren't the modules? What's going on here? You should be easily getting all the way down. We have 6 being made. So we're doing 6 every 0.05. No. 6 every 15 seconds. Well, let's just use the rate calculator because that's why that mod exists. So we are net gaining. We should be net gaining a minuscule amount on the modules. It just takes a while for it to get there. It is. That's what we were waiting for. Yep. I mean, 0.014 per second extra is a tiny amount. So yeah, it took a little while, but they're all running now. And we have purple science. Not a lot, but we have it. What was that rate of purple science production? We are making 0.857 per second. We go to per minute. We're making 51 a minute. Look at that blues. Blues, we're making 90 a minute. We're actually making more blues per minute than we are making purples right now. By a lot, actually. I might have to, expand this, but we don't really have the circuits right now. Reds especially, and steel most especially. Okay, yeah, bricks we need more. Anything else we're hurting on that I could maybe bump a little bit? Productivity wise? Alright, let's go grab some gubbins and go tackle uranium. Are the miners and stuff on it up there, or are we needing those too? It's ready to go.
It's already ready to go. Ore's backed up, waiting for you.
All right. Let's grab. I need some inserters. Hilt.
Undergrounds. And I'm pretty sure you automated. Yeah, there they are. Do I need anything else? Oh, let's grab more of these. Now, belt, undergrounds, those. Inserters. Okay.
we are going to need to increase power. I am not going to be able to turn this on without power because these things are very hungry when it comes to power.
Do we have enough coal incoming?
Probably not. But I could possibly if you build a new power steam power system down by oil, I could probably get quite a lot of production of heavy or solid fuel from light oil.
All right.
But put it like a little ways away because we do have coal down there, so I would build the power like here. Because I'm assuming it's going to be pretty extensive.
Yeah. I'll just double or duplicate what we've got up here. I assume we didn't automate those, Renegade? Steam stuff?
The what?
Steam.
Yeah, he's got them
engines,
automated. He just doesn't have a lot of
Yeah.
them.
They're over here.
Okay.
I think the steam engine is the only. He limited it to like one stack. So.
I increased it.
Oh, you did.
I had increased it, yeah.
Funny, I was just looking at that belt going, hey, that's partially yellow. Does this positioning look alright?
That's what she said. Yeah.
Alright. Heck. Oh.
Oh my god. Always. How do I always forget the pipe? I'm like, I need to work on fluid stuff, but I always forget the fucking pipe.
Yeah. Funny how we make the same mistakes over and over. Like it never happened.
What happened? I didn't see nothing.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah, steel is getting hammered. Probably afford to do another smelting stack of it. Should I get on that?
Yeah, we need, we're gonna need it. We're gonna need more than that. We're gonna need so much more than that.
Okay, should I start 4 more?
Like,
Well, I do have the electric furnaces automated.
yeah, those take a huge amount of steel. Like, you don't want to do like 4 all at once because that kind of negates the ability to like scale it up and use the materials from the first to build the second.
Yeah.
When you do too much at once. So, but yeah, we don't have the power. We don't have the power production to switch it all over to power electrical. It's just not. They consume so much power that it's not worth it. And right now, pollution is free, and they're the same speed. Steel ones are the same speed as electric ones. So it literally is a trade off between needing to run coal and things. It's a benefit because of the modules when the time comes for that, but we're not there yet. Oh yeah, I need to. We also need substations in the mall. I noticed you didn't leave a spot for those. So I don't know where you were planning on fitting those in. There's so much to research. I want to do all the research.
That's tough to hold back.
And then Covarex. I can't see shit when the goddamn icons. I wish there was a way to turn those icons off. Or make them transparent or something. The fact that you can turn off the blink is great, but then they cover up the shit that you're trying to look at. It's like, you're almost there, game. Just a little bit. Okay, so this. there to there. Enable when this is greater than, well, this is less than 40. This is greater than 40. So this is picking up and putting in, right? It's grabbing and placing in the same square. So it's extremely fast. Okay, so it's literally pick up, drop off, pick up, drop off, pick up, drop, and it's able to do that very, very quickly, right? No rotation means literally tick, 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 tick. It's doing that operation. So it's very, very fast. It takes, when it's doing 2 at a time, so it takes 10 ticks, maybe. Maybe 20 at most. 20 ticks, which is a third of a second. So it takes a third of a second for that inserter to take 40 uranium from the output, put it in the input, right? A third of a second. In that amount of time, this inserter, right? I've overridden the stack size. This inserter at that same moment is grabbing 1. It's grabbing 1 and rotating, placing on the belt, and rotating back. By the time it rotates back, it should not have anything to grab. So all you need to do is drop 40 uranium in one of these, and that'll kickstart it. And you never have to put any more 235 in there ever. That's how I've balanced all of them. And they're pretty consistent. This belt is the 238 coming in. So the 238, that is the supply you need to enrich to 235, and you get 1 extra out for every craft. And it might not seem like a lot, but over amount of time, like, it's plenty. Then we need to output the filter. We need to output the 238. Right? On this and this, we need to do this. There we go. Not that it really matters all that much, but now we can copy this. Because you don't need to constantly supply your Kovarex with fresh 235. You can use the 41 that it makes, use 40 back, use and take out the 1 extra. And that's what this does. It's essentially what it does. And because the Smart Inserter mod allows me to pick up and drop off in the same spot, it's very fast. It's even better when you can have this thing, you move like 3 or 4 at a time. It's so fast. And then this belt up here is the 238. There's a little bit of a trickle of 238 that comes in here. It reminds me this is wrong. Wait, why did I do that? Idiot. That's why. There we go. And then that.
Hey guys, I got 2 more lines of iron here, if you want them.
Alrighty. Yeah,
Oh, he wants them.
Yeah. I'm already prepping for another.
Boss is
line.
hungry.
Yeah.
All right. So then we take this. Do that. That. Now let's limit for now. We're going to limit that. I'm going to turn this off because I want to build this up. And sometimes I can go just long enough before you get Covarex, because Covarex is, I believe, requires space science now. Yeah, Covarex requires space science. So this is going to go for a while before we can get space science, because we got to launch some stuff and get some stuff, and yeah, it's going to be a while. So usually I can get, by the time we're able to do Covarex, usually I've got enough 235 to start like 4 or 5 Covarexes when it triggers, right? 40 apiece. And you really, really only ever want to have 40 of them in there, right? You don't want to do more than that. You don't want a 43 in there, because that's just waste. I'm waiting. There's that. I was waiting for that. There it is. Put those in there. And those in there.
I'll be right back.
How far have we come so far? Like, we're purple science. We did purple science in under 7 hours. We're working on expanding steel, obviously, because steel is rough. And it's gonna be, there's like even more steel used when we start going to rocket stuff, because rocket stuff is crazy expensive on the steel. There it is. So the nuclear stuff unlocked. So if you absolutely must have nuclear bots, use 5 uranium only to make 50 bots, and that's, limit yourself to that.
Yeah, till much later at least.
Till at least we get Covarex, and then once we got all 10 of those in Covarex going, then it's, then it's pretty easy expanding it.
It's funny, we both noticed that at the same time.
Yeah, and I'm an idiot. I walked all the way down here when I put a fucking teleporter up there. I'm like, I ran. I needed the exercise, everybody. I ran all the way back down to the base.
That's totes the reason too.
Hey, Buggy, got a question for you.
Hmm.
Hunter just came down to me. I mean, I had the stream up on my other screen right now.
Yeah.
And he came down to me because he was going to pull it up on his TV. It's not showing up for him.
It's not showing up for him.
Yeah, like if he goes under your channel, it's not there. I mean, clearly it's there because I'm watching it.
Is there a lot on his TV? You're saying on his TV. So whatever
On
app.
YouTube. On YouTube.
Does he have a live tab that he can go to?
I don't not that I remember
I
seeing.
can go to
He
my
went under the
channel.
subscription. He went under the subscription, his subscriptions, and the last thing on there is your coding stream from Wednesday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm on my channel's homepage now, and I see the hyper production live on
Well,
there.
I mean, I know
so-
it's there because I'm watching it on my
Yeah.
Right.
computer.
But I just went to the page, the channel page, and it's like it's there. Now if he's on an app on his TV, that could be any number of things. Yeah, I see it on. I mean,
I'll see. I'll go. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll go see if he has a live tab in there.
I'll suggest that to him if he's still struggling. Somebody posted in the chat.
yeah, the very sentence "update his TV" is very strange to me, and I'm
Yeah.
old, and that's why. Because our first TV was it was in a wooden box, and it was like it was a heavy TV, and it was tiny. It was probably got our first TV. We played Nintendo like crazy. You know, it was what we played Contra on back in the day. I mean, that must have been at most 24-inch TV, like at most 24-inch CRT. Probably less because in my 6-year-old mind it seemed much bigger. So it could have been much smaller than that, but 6-year-old me was like, look how big this TV is, right? And it probably wasn't 2 feet wide, but I could ask my older brother. My older brother would probably remember more and be able to estimate. He's pretty damn good at that. Estimate how big that TV was. Because we used that TV for years. We played the Intellivision on that, Atari, got Nintendo, and eventually we even played the Super Nintendo. And it was, well, that TV got some mileage, and it was one of those you could dial the tune, so you could really tweak how the thing worked. It was, yeah, way back in the day. And I think about the resolution of that, right? The resolution of that TV, right? Those
200?
those CRTs like would max out at like 320 by 200. And then if you had a VCR, that was half of that resolution, which is why when you watch VCR footage nowadays, it is atrociously bad because it's literally like, what was 320 would be 160 by 100 or something like that is the VCR. And it even got worse than that if you went like the super extended play VCR options, like the 8-hour tape. It got even worse because of it just was horribly bad. And I used to watch movies with that shit, right? I remember when DVD came out, and DVD, the original DVD, was 480, right? And so 480 by 320 or something. And that looked crystal clear. Like, that was like, oh my God, look at the picture quality of DVD, right? And now it's crazy how fast it ramped up, right? I spent the 80s and 90s basically like, and most of the last end of the 70s as well is included in this, with the CRT, ugly CRT action with VCRs and stuff. And then late 90s, suddenly, I think DVD, the format DVD came out in like 95. It started picking up 96, 97. It really started amping up. But then like early 2000s, we had only had DVD for like 6 years. And then early 2000s Blu-ray hits, right? The big selling point with Blu-ray was the PlayStation. It natively had Blu-ray player in it. They very smartly included a Blu-ray reader in the PlayStation. I don't know if it was the 1 or the 2 that included it. It might have been the 2, PlayStation 2. But that thing was like crazy. And then you see the Blu-ray, I was like, oh my God, look at this. Like, and now you have Ultra HD Blu-ray, which is 4K. You have 4K Blu-ray, which is, I mean, if you compare, it's over 10x the resolution that we used to watch movies on. It's crazy. It's astonishing how far it's come. But yeah, we used to watch movies like Friday night. We'd go to the video store and we'd rent a few movies. Now the VCR movie cassettes, right? They were not like the super extended play, so they were just long enough for the movie. And so 2.5, 3 hours is all you got on a cassette. So they were able to at least give you a decent amount of resolution with that, but it was still at best 320 by 200, which is, if you broke up the stream, this is an HD stream. If you broke up the stream into what 320 by 200 is, roughly the area down here with the science lab. Right? This is roughly the area of the original TV resolution, right down here. 320 by 200. It's about a third. It's about 1/6 of. Yeah, about 1/6 to 1/10. I don't know. But yeah, crazy.
Yeah, the evolution of that stuff is weird to look back on.
And you look at like the early days, what's really crazy is you look at the early days of like the widescreens when they started coming out, like the plasma and the LCDs. They used to be tens of thousands of dollars, right? Plasmas used to be tens of thousands of dollars. And they would jack your electric bill up. They would skyrocket your electric bill. Plasmas were like the worst, the worst technology. But those used to be tens of thousands of dollars. Now my dad is like talking about he has a 70-inch TV, and he's like, I don't know, I might need a bigger TV. They're on sale for $400 for an 85-inch. And I'm like, $400 for an 85-inch TV? Like, are you fucking me? Like, crazy, right? So nowadays, if you're looking for crazy TVs, you can get to like the 120, 140-inch TVs, and those are $10,000. Or the craziest TVs, right? And what's funny is my brother was actually looking at his options for his new house, is the modular paneled wall, right? Where you have circuitry that you basically put on the wall, and then the panels are 26-inch LCD panels that you punch in, right? And it's basically pick your resolution. And it's multiple, and it's seamless board, like you just snap it in place and boom, the image appears. I don't know if anybody has seen the videos on that or not, but you can basically take an entire wall of your house and they can model everything, and then you can just snap in all of these panels, and you have a screen, an HD screen the size of your wall, right? Those run at a start of like 60,000. Right, and my brother was sending me the URLs to the companies that are making these. He's like, "Yeah, this is a little crazy, $60,000," and I'm like, "Yeah, that's a little much." But imagine 10 years from now, right? That technology is matured. They've streamlined it. It's very good, and it's starting to become standard for living rooms to have an entire wall. Like this wall is your. And that is straight out of science fiction, right? The science fiction where somebody walks up to the wall and taps it and a window appears, and like where the walls of your house are actually screens. And that's we're headed that way very, very quickly.
But first, we become the Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, like we have to survive that long to get there. Oh. Okay, I think. I need to start some of these too. Yeah, I'm way behind. I need to do blues. I need to do purples. Those are going to be so expensive too.
Did you ever watch much of How I Met Your Mother?
I've watched the first. I was into it the first few seasons, and then it was like it became obvious to me that they were dangling the How I Met Your Mother part of it they were stretching it out as to absurd levels, right? Because the premise was it was a dad sitting down talking to his kids, and it's like this must have been the longest bedtime story in all of history because it was like 8 seasons of How I Met Your Mother. I was just like, no kid would sit through that. It'd be like, get to the point, Pops. Like, how did you actually meet her? Because you give me all these red herrings. And to this day, I still don't know who the mother was. Of the whole cast, I don't even know who the mother was.
Miscellaneous character.
It was just a random ass character.
Yep. But the whole reason that he goes through that spiel is because massive spoiler alert for anybody watching that doesn't want this 20-year-old show spoiled. The whole reason he was giving that whole spiel, the mother had died quite a long time ago, and he was contemplating rekindling his relationship with the Robin character.
Robin. Okay, yeah. Because I was always under the assumption that it was Robin, right? It was always like going to be Robin. But then it was like, okay, this is obviously a red herring. It's not going to be Robin, and they're just making everybody think it's going to be her.
Yeah. The whole reason he brought it up is because he was thinking of rekindling that relationship, and his kids catch on to that, and they're like, in the last episode, they're like, yeah, just go. So he goes and meets up with her, and
Robin is like some old bat with cats. Like, what's Robin's story? Why is she single?
4 dogs, not cats.
Oh, that's because that's better.
Exactly. Well, she actually had gotten married to Barney.
Oh my God.
Barney? Yeah.
Neil Patrick Harris's character?
Yep. But they found out, after like being married for a year or two, that it just, wasn't,
that he was gay.
It wasn't working. And it broke up. Yeah. But yeah, in that show, one time, a couple of the characters were in Barney's house, and Barney flicks on the TV, and his entire they don't show the wall, they talk about it, and it apparently his whole wall is an LCD or is a television screen.
Yeah, that's right. When I was thinking, I was right what I was mentioning. Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah, those exist. Like, it's crazy when you see them. Like, there are companies out there that demo them, and they just show people punching in the screen, and the thing like initialized, obviously whatever computer system detects that you plug the screen in, and it just adds. And the beauty of the system, right? When it's a wall of individual LCD panels that are all wired together, is you can actually subdivide the screen into multiple screens, right? So you can have like, this is why my brother was looking at it for his media room, is when he has like a big party over for like, because he has, you know, some friends that are really into sports and stuff. So he could have like multiple like sporting events from multiple channels going all at the same time because of how that system works. But he's like, I'm not dropping 60 grand on that. Like, he's just like, that's not worth it.
But yeah, when that show was out, that was, you know, not really.
Yeah, that was a pretty advanced.
Yeah.
Um,
But one of the characters goes, "My eyes are stinging," and Party just goes, "Yeah, that doesn't go away."
Get that. So what are we at now? We are at roughly 120 science a minute right now.
Thousandth of the way to go.
I mean, it's, yeah. We're going to have to put in some time between now and Wednesday. Or next Saturday. I don't know. I don't know what Renegade's little schedule is, but...
I really know what my schedule is.
Or what we want to do about it. So... He barely knows what day it is.
Yeah. Well, luckily I have you guys to remind me if I'm not here to show up.
Let's see. Yeah, we're going to need to get the nuclear stuff automated. That's going to be... I limit it to 4 reactors. Whatever that blueprint is. Like 80 turbines. We have the bog standard. Yeah, so 83 turbines, 48 heat exchangers, 4 reactors, and 250 heating pipe. And then that'll tide us over until Aquilo. And just before we go to Aquilo, I always bump up heat pipe and heat exchangers and steam turbines, right? So we can go to Aquilo. But the reactors and stuff, those will be used on ships and stuff like that. So, but having just enough to plop down a reactor build to get all that ready, and have it just all build all at once, and then that way you're not sitting around twiddling your thumbs or other things. Okay, and then what else do we need?
Reds are hurting.
I can start. Ooh, those are... Wow, that's an expensive research. I might want to bump up our research labs here. I'll just add another 10. Oh, I'm actually crafting green circuits. That's always a good sign. Do we have robot frames automated?
Yes.
Sweet. These are always fun. build me my 50 construction bots so I can build the nuclear bots. Which I made require lube just because reasons. So the bots, what I usually do is build a system that allows me to also build the roboports. That way the roboports and the bots are all in one place and I know where to go because I can. What I usually do is I usually slap down a teleporter where that needs to go, just like this, and we are going to need roboports. Is it 2 or 3, or is it roboport?
3 of them.
Roboport Mark 3. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I couldn't remember. Yeah. Okay. So let's do that. That. There. Excellent. Ooh, reds. Yeah, reds are hurting. Reds are really hurting. Let's see. Okay. Red's effectively doubled. Let's check the consumption of plastic. We're barely even tickling plastic.
Yeah, plastic usually goes pretty darn good.
Yeah, we're gonna need to expand radar coverage. I've been incrementally doing it as I've gone out, because I try to do it. Because if you select radar here, you can see the outline. So I try to put them at the absolute max distance, just to get the most bang for the buck, or the most power for the coverage, or whatever you want to call it.
Plus, it becomes a kind of moot point once we get roboports, because we usually have full roboport coverage, which gives you full radar coverage too.
Yeah, the roboports do radar coverage now, which is really nice.
Yeah. There we go. I flopped one down. The new Steam setup.
Ooh. Okay, we have a deficit of green. But now that copper's getting consumed at pretty consistent amounts, this area over here is nice and active.
I got some funky stuff there to try and separate the copper.
Oh, sure.
from
Funky stuff is the best stuff.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, let's double greens here.
Heck, I'd go and quadruple it even, just cause.
I don't think we have enough copper for that.
I could fix that.
I leave that up to you.
See. I'd like to put a radar up here, but the grid is all messed up. Should I just place it willy-nilly, or should I try to align with a specific grid?
Just do whatever you need, because the grid is eventually going to be based on high quality substations, so it really doesn't matter at this point.
I almost came prepared.
LDS is truly the death of copper. Low density structure is one of the most heavily metallized crafts in the game. It's supposed to be low density, and it's like 20 copper and 2 steel. It's like, that's not low density. It's so funny. Like, at worst, it should be carbon based, right? Carbon fiber or something. But low density structure is not copper. I don't know.
No, only 99% lead.
Yeah, it's like, I don't understand. I mean, either rename it to, some Cooper nickel or something like that. I don't know. Low density structure, it's just, the recipe does not scream low density. Especially with steel. Oh, I need sure. What is this monstrosity? Oh, okay. I can barely see the icons because it's stupid.
Yeah, no.
I'm thinking here. Let's think about this. We have this. That. And that. Oh, I erased it anyway. I'm just thinking like getting these in a line of some kind. Because where the red's coming in.
fence line right here on each side.
Okay. And I'm guessing this is the iron.
This will be iron. Copper's gonna go right next to the reds.
It's just, I don't know. It's a huge footprint for 4 crafters. Yeah, the copper wire is what throws that off. I mean, it's almost the same footprint doing it this way. Huh. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Can't put any beacons in it, but
Yeah, you can.
not efficiently. Like right in the middle here. That would be the perfect spot for a beacon. Right in the smack middle of that. I suppose you could do one like down here. And one up here to try to grab all of that, but I don't know, it's not going to hit. Might hit the green. 1, 2, 3, yeah, it would hit the green. Bacons are always the thing that you're like, you're deep into a build and then it's like, oh fuck, bacon.
Yeah.
I do that all the time. until such a time that I'm able to go off and I, you know, design a system all on its own and like with all the stuff ready and built and everything is good, everything is known. No, we want to put these closer together. Like, I don't know why you space them so far apart. Like, these, if this line here is not needed until the next green, you want to smash these right up next to one another. As much as possible. Maybe even going so far as to share this. That way the next set will be down here. Like this. If it fits. I'm not sure if it fits yet. And that way the beacon can go smack in the middle of that. So yeah, the two endpoints are going to be kind of blah, 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 whatever, but the smack middle of this is going to be able to hit a lot. 2, 3. Yeah, the very corners of these greens are going to be able to hit by this beacon because the beacon range is 3. So yeah, you'll be able to hit that pretty easily. There. Now it's definitely a repeatable one. And let's see this. Okay, let's look at, just before you do another mass copy paste, let's do another pass here. So this is the iron line. We do not need it up here. Right? We just need it. We just need this. Huh? Yeah, they do. Of course they do. My undergrounds are strong. I don't think they would go. They would actually go all the way out. That doesn't really save us. Yeah. Yeah. Because these are needed here. Uh-oh. The first renegade is being dropped of the day.
Hey, 8 hours.
Wow. He wasn't even dropped. He actually recovered. What are the odds?
Oh no, my ping is still up there pretty high. I ain't moving until I catch up, because I'm pretty far behind.
Yeah, we're gonna need to double that. Okay. Because yeah, we have too many reds now. Now we have to use some reds because we just had too many. Now we need acid. Which should be right by lube. Yep. There it is.
Man, don't get those two confused. It'd be a rough night.
That would be very hard, yes. Like accidentally grabbing the super glue. Seem to remember that in the movie. I was
Oh, yeah.
I had a high amount of empathy for that scene in the movie. I was like, oh man, that was just something that I would have done when I was a teenager. I didn't, but it definitely would have been something I would have done if I wasn't paying attention. It should fade off. Oops. Whoa. That one power pole is... Okay, let's not stretch some more power here.
Ouch. One of those messages was held for moderation. Should I let it through or?
I don't actually see it.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know why. Was it bad?
Use the word fapped.
Oh, I don't care. We literally just made a joke about that.
Yeah.
That's fucking YouTube and their censorship, man. I just
Right.
Okay, so I was watching a video the other day. This is the craziest thing ever. The craziest thing ever. And God only knows what YouTube is going to think about this when I do it. But so I was watching a video, and it was about a court case. I think it was about a court. Yeah, it was about a court case. And in the episode, they were talking about this crime that was committed where somebody killed a bunch of people, right? And so they said the word murdered several times in this video, right? They said the word, they used a bunch of other language around that. But there were also drug charges involved with all of this. And so like the person was caught and they had like a couple, I don't know what units of a drug on them, and the drug starts with an F and it rhymes with fentanyl, and they literally in this episode where they were mentioning all this other stuff literally censored the audio of this drug, the name of this drug. They censored not only the audio, but they bleeped out the text subtitles of this and I'm like, who in the right mind would allow a video with the word murdered and killed and all these other violent words, but they have a problem with the word fentanyl? Like, why do we is this just the world biggest clown show that YouTube is like, you can't use that word? It's like, why? I am just beside, like, I don't know. I have no idea. I was just in awe watching this episode going, this is some effed up stuff. Like, this is crazy that they're actually censoring this word. It was so ridiculous. That it's like, oh, you have a problem with that word? God forbid.
Yeah. Censorship crazy.
Yeah, it's like, who is watching this video and doesn't know what that word is? Right? It's like, what are you protecting people from with that word? Are you like, let's not give the kids an idea. Let's not give them this word. And it's like, you don't think kids in junior high and high school are well aware of that shit? You know, it's like, you better be talking to your kids about that shit in order to say, hey, there's no mystery about this. The amount that's less than a grain of rice will kill you of this drug, right? It's literally it's about a half of a grain of rice is all you need to kill you. And that's a full-grown adult. That's a lethal dose. So when it comes to this stuff, it's deadly in just about any dose. And you don't know, like if you're at a party and somebody's passing some shit around, you will die. Like you will suffer those consequences. And if a kid is like, it's all a mystery and it's too enticing. I'm just like, you need to like watch that shit. Like you need to be careful because the peer pressure and stuff is extreme. But yeah, I couldn't believe YouTube was censoring not only the audio of the word, but the little black box over the subtitle of the word. And I'm like, how? What in the world? The subtitle. That was the craziest thing. That was the craziest thing. Right, what do we look at? Oh, we have a minuscule. I don't even know if it's worth. Whatever. What's that? Only 10 bots? Yeah. 10 bots is my limit. And this is like not gonna work too well.
Early RoboPort.
Oh my god, it's so bad. And if it wasn't for nuclear bots never needing to be recharged, it would be even rougher.
Right.
It would be really rough.
Damn it, I forgot to grab power poles.
Oh, it's so much faster. Excellent.
Shoot. I lost my balancer book. Must have copied it to the last game. not. Alright, I must have moved it, not copied.
Want me to copy mine over for you?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
Alright, wait a minute, it's downloading it. I
Yeah.
don't understand why it has to download it. It's... I don't... whatever.
Yeah. I mean, technically it would be uploading it, because it's sending it to the server.
In the game blueprint.
Alright, awesome, thanks. By a different author.
Yeah, it's one I've had. I've had that book from the very beginning. When I first started getting mods and stuff like that and blueprints, it's one of the first ones I got.
You should see how many how many blueprints I have in my just like my blueprints. I've got a whole book for divine quality stuff. Oh my god.
Oof.
Crazy. The ship designs. Oh. I think I showed Renegade my end game Prometheum hammerhead ship. It's a ship that can go damn near max speed in the middle of a Prometheum. Like it is, you can cruise with that ship. It's glorious.
Nice.
Yeah. Obviously, Oz is working on it. He's got a decent amount of copper getting mined over here, of course.
Yarp.
But you always want to favor the mining of this because these are... You still have 1 million apiece. Now, these numbers can go down really fast. If we worked on getting... quality, we could get some rare, we could grind out some rare electric drills, which, like, for one, the area is bigger, but the resource drain goes down, right? So rare, you're using, it's a third, you're saving a third. So that might not be the best for actually draining it, but we could plop down some speed modules. But you see the module slots go up. So my mythic quality here, mythic quality FG edition, my version of this, and I can't speak for anybody else's, but my version ensures that the game feature of adjusting module slots for quality actually is enabled, because it's not, I don't think it's enabled by default. So I when I did mine, the very day that those patch notes landed, and they in the mix of this I was reading the patch notes, I was reading it and I was like, you know, it was just a line item like added, you know, quality module slot, blah, blah, like there was a patch note. This was like back last fall. And it was like the line item for like quality blueprint, you know, quality prototype for module slots, you know, per level. And I read that and I went, huh, like this is interesting. And so I looked into it and sure enough, it allowed you to adjust the module slots of a machine based on what quality it was. So I was like, I 100% want that. So across the board, I added it to everything, right? And it gets a little obscene when it comes to the cryogenic plant, right? Because it starts with 8, and you get to the divine, and you can put 16 modules in there. You can easily max a crafter where you will not get any more productivity or speed out of the crafter via the beacons and module slots. You just can't. You hit the cap. There's a cap of like productivity that when you hit that cap, any more productivity and doesn't do anything. You've literally capped it out. Now, granted, that cap is like very high. It's like 11,000% or something like that. So it's a crazy amount, but you can cap that stuff with my mythic quality FG edition mod.
Brian is asking about the mods. I'm not sure the best way to, because I doubt you want to list them all, because that would take forever.
That would be a while. Yeah, what I can do, if you're a member of my Discord, what I'll do is I'll upload the start of this world. That reminds me, I should probably save, just for funsies, just in case. What I can do is upload this exact world, but just the start, like the game that I loaded to start today, which is there was not much on the map. Then I can upload that to my worlds folder on my Google Drive, and I can post the link to it in the general chat. And what you do is you download that, you put it in your saves folder, then you go into the game and you click on it, and there's an option to sync mods. Right? You can sync the mods to the save, which should allow you to it'll download the mods. There is one mod I'm gonna have to include with that because I edited the mod and I don't remember doing it, nor do I remember why, but I edited it. The mod that allows you to edit the recycling of Fulgora. What I think I did. And I would have to look at the base mod to see if the guy has updated it since. But what I did is I added an option in the configs to edit all of those values, because his mod, I think, it just sets them. It just sets the recycling ratios to something else. And I was like, well, this is halfway there. This is half of what I wanted. I want to be able to tweak those numbers to balance them. If one thing or the other is out of balance, I want to go in and tweak it. And so I went in and redid the script so it actually adds all of those things into the edit. So if you go in here and you go settings, mod settings, startup, right, better recycling, you can see all of these values in here. And I just went through and I edited them so they default to a certain value that I put in there. So holmium is increased and ice is increased. Gears are decreased slightly, very slightly. I think a couple other things might be tweaked, maybe one notch, 1% here or there. But I got it balanced in a way that it does not waste very much, nor do you need to void very much. It's a good balance, and it gives way more holmium, which is the whole point, right? So I massively increase holmium. I think holmium in the base game, holmium is like 1%. It's crazy how much stuff you have to process to get enough holmium. But with uber production or hyper production is like you need a crazy amount. So yeah, I'll upload the save, my specific mod settings file, if you want the exact settings that I'm using, as well as the better recycling, the my version of the better recycling mod. I don't know why I didn't upload it. I can't remember exactly what I changed, but for some reason, I made a custom version of it. All the other mods, even the ones customized by me, FG, they're on the mod hub. And then the main change that I made for this stream, for trying to do a speed run, is I changed this right here. I unchecked this. And so this is, again, my version of this mod allows you to customize all this stuff. If you track this productivity research for everyone down by another person, he didn't include any of that, and at least initially. And I went in and I massively edited the script. So if you check this box, and which I did when I did my single player version of this, I had this box checked. And what that does is it overrides the science pack specific productivity research, and it requires all of them. All of the science packs. Rather than just the science packs that it took to unlock, it requires all of them. So red, you're not actually able, right, the way that I did that, you're not actually able to research red science productivity until you are able to craft and have Prometheum science. So you have to wait until the very end game to research the productivity for the science packs. And I just did that as a way to slow me down without getting too extreme so early, because I was trying to balance material use, right? Iron and copper and coal and steel and all of that. I wanted the late game to still consume those resources while like crazy levels of production, and it was a very hard thing to balance, and it's still not quite right. But I unchecked that research this time because it massively speeds up how fast you can progress, right? Because we've got already researched 100% productivity of reds, 100%. Well, we can do 100% of greens. Okay, we can get. It just costs research, but as you research the productivity of all these other science packs, doing the productivity research for the next tier is that much easier because you're able to produce so much more without needing more assemblers, or B, more power. It's just productivity. Here you go. That's why I unchecked it, because this is intended to be how fast can we progress, how fast can we push, how fast can we get done. And I always underestimate how long it takes to get us into space. We're not quite in the mindset of like hyper fast. Like, we need to get this done. We're not really. It would take a lot of like practice to like starting on the same map, on the same world, with the same settings over and over and over again until we've honed like all of the things. Especially like we could just take a blueprint right now of the entire factory. Right? You could just take a blueprint of the whole factory. Start the game, go back to the old save, and plop that blueprint in, and just start filling it in. And just as you're filling it in, you're crafting stuff, and stuff is getting crafted, and materials are getting made, and you've already done all the hard part, namely like the mall and all of that. All you need to do is start filling it all in, and you can speed run it like that. That's what Nephrons does when he speed runs. Is he just has blueprints that he slaps down over and over and over again. But your bots are like, hey, I'll help.
Helping.
No belt for you.
Yes.
Yeah, I killed copper.
Yeah, do you get LDS up and running?
Half of it.
Well, that's enough.
Yep.
Us just increased copper as well.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
quadrupled, but we only have double belt so far. And belt isn't fully connected yet.
we can't research the LDS productivity until I think Vulcanus. I'm pretty sure it's a Vulcanus thing.
That sounds right.
Which is funny because as soon as you get to Vulcanus, you can make infinite LDS for basically free because it's just
Right.
it's just lava at that point.
And sulfuric acid, because you got to get the plastic.
That's true, yeah. But sulfuric acid is literally in geysers on Vulcanus. So
Yeah. Not easy to deplete. And if I remember right, once you deplete them, you actually get some of like a small amount of it out of those geysers permanently, right? Or,
I think so. I mean it's kind of the same functionality as the oil, is you get a trickle out of it. A little bit of a trickle.
I would run more copper lines, but there's a couple of points in this mess that I just like, nope. Once we get that coal especially whittled down, it'll be better.
Oh, this research unlocks all the things. Well, it unlocks things, but not all the things. Yeah, space science productivity research is that's rough. Starts at 2,000.
Oof.
So yeah, it would go 2 and then 3, and then 3 and then 1.5. So 4.5. And then numbers. I'm not going to do 4.5 times. I'm not going to do 4.5 times 1.5 in my head. That's just not going to happen after an 8-hour stream. I probably couldn't do that before an 8-hour stream. So, yeah. Let's do this after purple. We can do number 4 as well if we really wanted to. This one is going to do 40%, which is just trolling people at that point. I'm sorry, what? Okay, is my rate calculator broken?
For what?
Calculating the throughput of copper. Like, I just did 1/2 of this, and it's telling me it's 900 copper a minute. Is that... It's 15 copper a second. Is that right? Copper ore consumption.
That's
15 a second, making 22.5. I probably should maybe increase productivity, but we're thick in the weeds on trying to get some science productivity here. We already have 100% of iron plate. We just need copper plate too.
I even put a side balancer close to the end there. Eke every bit we can out of it.
Eek!
Yeah. Oddly enough, the side balancer is actually bugged. Doesn't work. Or I must not have tested this one after I created it.
Huh, yeah. I was just going to come over here to do yellows and show everybody. But yeah, like you have this giant blue with has a bunch of infrastructure. Purples, this is entire purple here, which isn't even a lot of purple. And then yellow is just like, just like, here you go. Here's some yellow, but unbelievably expensive. Like, yeah, 3 LDS. That alone is, yeah, look at the total raw. 147 copper for 3 science. It's like a little over, what, 40 copper per science? Brutal. But yeah. The hell? YouTube just blipped out? I look over at my preview and it's like, start your encoder to go live. And I'm like, my encoder is going, YouTube. It's been going for a while. All right.
Yeah, I'm still seeing the stream, so everything's
Yeah,
good
me
on
too.
that end.
Yeah, that was weird. I was looked over and I was like, what happened?
Gremlins.
Where's concrete being made? I just noticed like concrete here. Aha.
See where I'm looking?
Yeah, I had to make that
Nice.
before I could do the centrifuges. I had to make that.
I need to add a teeny little crafter. For hazard. I notice you're not storing it. Why, for Arthur, aren't you storing any? I don't care. don't really care about the other concrete. Reinforce is all we. It's all good. And then we're gonna limit that. Eventually, this will be like a freaking warehouse or something. Everything is less than 2,000. Let's say. And then we're gonna grab this. Do this. And then let's limit that. Okay.
Whoa, what happened to stone? Mess up one of the links. Oh, that's right. I was in the middle of doing something with it and forgot about it. I mean, totally didn't forget about it.
All right. Well, I'm getting really hungry, so
Fair enough. And I've been having a losing battle with drowsiness.
look at that. We actually in one stream got all of the novice science packs automated and crafting. That's pretty damn good
Yeah, it is.
in one stream. 9 hours. I may just stream this more this coming week. If Renegade is around and he has some time, we might just hop into this, and because he's going back to work here in a couple weeks, and he's not going to be around anymore. So this is kind of why we're diving into.
Actually, I've already been working them last week.
Right, but I'm talking Saturdays.
No, yeah.
So
If you want to stream Wednesday, I mean, I work till your time would be. I'll get home sometime around between 3:30 and 4. Your time.
right, but then you got dinner and families and beating the kids, and you got a full evening.
Well, no, the more important thing is if I'm still able to stay awake.
If you're still conscious.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, I'll upload the thing, but I gotta not be streaming when I do, because I don't want to stream things that I don't want to stream. So yeah, when I get done streaming, I will upload the save, and then the mod, and then the mod settings. And I humbly ask that if you don't know how to install a mod or don't know what to do, that you actually look up and you find that answer, because after 9 hours my brain is fried. I can't be tech support on top of it. I can provide what's needed. It's up to you to do the little details that are custom to whatever your computer and whatever it is, because the directories have changed. Like I installed Steam in a custom directory. The saves are in app data roaming in your user directory. So it's like, if you don't know where any of that stuff is, then you definitely need to go look at the wiki, and wiki look up like where the mods are and all that kind of stuff. Because I'll provide the links to the files, and then that'll be good to go. But then you'll be able to sync the mods when you download it, put it the file in your saves, click on it, and sync mods to the save. It should be able to find all the mods, as long as you also copy that extra mod in the mods folder, because if that's in there, it'll find it. It won't have a problem. Otherwise, yeah, good times. So that's going to do it for today. I thank everybody. I thank you all for coming by. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself. We'll be continuing this next time I stream. I don't know when that will be. If it's not Wednesday, it'll definitely be next Saturday. Otherwise, Renegade's home early sometime this week, and he reaches out and he's like, "Hey, let's do some more shit in Factorio." Then we can play and stream, whatever. It is what it is. I haven't really ever experimented with streaming other days. Right? It's like Saturdays and Wednesdays are just the days that I stream, and I don't know, maybe Monday morning or something. Like, I don't know, maybe there were alternate days that would have been better for streaming, but I don't know. But at any rate, yeah, that's going to do it for today. I hope everybody has a great rest of the weekend. Stay warm and, yeah, call your mothers.